Welcome to what will ideally, under the best possible circumstances, be the final stream we do of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. This is all we have to do before we hit 100% completion. This is just the final level of the game, Mummy Me Maze Forever. And it is something I did originally complete on the Wii U version, and it is a bit of a marathon. We may be lucky to complete it at all this stream. I never really thought I'd go back to it a second time, but here we are, for the sake of getting things recorded. Before we begin, though, I just want to show one thing visually as a bit of confirmation. In the last stream, we completed the final level of the DLC special chapter, Chaos in the Grand Labyrinth, with the special objective of surviving with the entirety of the Toad Brigade, and we did not actually manage to get back to the screen to see the check mark, because everything crashed and went kaput as we were getting into the end credits. So, since we didn't manage to close out that stream gracefully, we may as well just show you here that we did in fact get that done. And we'll be getting right back to finishing the only piece of content that remains. Chaos in the Grand Labyrinth, of course, was only a 30-level survival challenge. Mummy Me Maze Forever is somewhat larger. So we'll just flip our way back to the final chapter. Keep on tracking, Captain Toad. I believe there are some bonuses that unlock at the end, too. I think it's access to the various bonus stages that appear throughout the main game. But in terms of actual 100% accomplishments, this will be it. So let's go. So yeah, we are going to spend the next 50 floors chased by clones. There is, I believe, an optional objective here of completing this with the coin total being at something like 5,000, but that's not really going to be too much of a concern of ours. Because I think you have more than enough to get to 5,000 just by running the stages normally, without really going out of your way to do a complete collection. That's what I vaguely remember anyway. I certainly hope we don't get into a situation where I do complete everything and fall short of the coins because I've just been too sloppy. But the general idea here is that I will ideally be just finding the warp block that gets me out of each floor and just taking it as soon as possible. One thing that I have not really considered so far as well is being able to use the stun ability. Better get that back into muscle memory, because we may very well need it. So yeah, we can see just by rotating around that the maze here is going to be a little bit dangerous. The whole concept of this level is to take advantage of the optical illusions of not being able to see whether you do in fact have an accessible wall unless you engage with the central mechanic of rotating the camera. And so rotate we shall. Like I said, not really strictly necessary to get the coins, but when they are easy pickings, we may as well take them. The priority, though, should always be just to survive. Whoops, nope. You see, I just ran into a wall over there. Now, I believe there may be opportunities to get mushrooms later in the level in order to prolong our ability to survive. I don't exactly know when they're coming. They may come at certain rest stops as we proceed. Chard and Chuck is going to demolish a whole lot here. Let's get out. Don't want to spend too long dealing with him. Don't know if it's my Joy-Con controller reception or what, but I do see that sometimes the pointer, when I'm moving it, is a little bit laggy. And yeah, it just died under the wall there, so. One came in every 10th floor? I think it may be. I don't remember. I last played this 7 years ago, I think, and 6 years ago, I guess. And I did beat it at the time, but I had a particular method for this worked out, and I think I'd need to reconstruct it somehow. So Yeah, Mamuga, you get to see the final level of Captain Toad. This is sort of the Captain Toad equivalent of Champions Road. We have to survive 50 levels in this endless dungeon, which, as you can see, there are mushrooms that are available, and also that a lot of the layout is randomized. I think we noticed with the challenge in the DLC chapter to survive with the entire brigade that we covered in the last stream that that was not really a random layout. There were, I think, pretty consistent patterns you could do to get past that one. But this one you can see that there is a bit of randomization involved, that you can't just find an ideal route that's going to be the same thing every time. There is a bit of a random distribution of the same kinds of enemy types and a certain count of coins and items. So memorization isn't going to help here. You actually do need to scan around and use the camera. Now, just from a controller's perspective, you can rotate the camera using the right stick, but you can also rotate the camera using the L and R buttons on the controller, although it's much snappier, as you can see. You need sudden movements. Now, the reason that's relevant is because currently I am using my left thumb on the left stick, obviously, for movement, but my right thumb for the dash button. So a whole bunch of the buttons in this game are mapped to dash, because, of course, there is no jump button, this being Captain Toad. But it means that camera control when I'm dashing is actually slightly limited. And yeah, here's Charge and Chuck at level 5. We need to find some entrance into that location. Charge and Chuck is thankfully going to demolish a few walls for me here, but we have to be really careful about positioning. And yeah, just need to find a safe location for me to finally get a camera rotation down. So for the most part, I don't just want to be dashing all the time. I do want to occasionally slow down and maybe even go stepwise like this. Whatever is safest when it comes to dealing with the clones. But the reason for doing that is so we have as much camera control as possible. Now these guys you can pluck out when they are in position to do so. Whoa, that was close. But yeah, for the most part, walking speed is going to be okay, I think. You don't want to be switching between walking and running speed too often because you do run into trouble with the clones that way, if you're not careful, so. I think the idea here is that you do want to go at a standard walking speed as often as possible while you're scanning the layout. And save the dash button for special circumstances where you actually need to dodge. Mamuga, yes, the ghost behind you hits you, so you, right now, as Toad, you are allowed to take 2 hits, kind of like when Mario starts with a Super Mushroom. You get transformed into Small Toad, and then after that you die. And of course, if you are Small Toad, you can also collect a Super Mushroom to get back into your full size, exactly like you do in normal Mario. So the hammer allows you to, of course, clear these bonuses. I think it might actually be a smarter thing in these stages, unless we actually need a mushroom, to take the hammer forward as much as I can. And just go to the warp block immediately. That was something that we discovered when doing the DLC stage last time. That if you take the hammer immediately, then you don't need to worry about as many walls. As you can see now, we also have 2 clones following me. And Mamuga, the clone mechanic is something that if you've ever played Super Mario Galaxy 2 or Super Mario 3D Land, you would recognize from those games, because Mario has to deal with pretty much the exact same thing. Once again, coins shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't know if the coins are going to be quite generous enough that I can afford to take the hammer directly out of the rest stops without really using them. This is a difficult situation, but the last minute stun got me out. And yes, exactly, Celeste also has it in Chapter 2, when you get followed by the battle-in clones. Whoops, oh, I ran into something tucked under the door. Yeah, that's why you have to be extra careful with the camera here. And yeah, that was one of many things about Celeste that actually reminded me strongly of Mario Galaxy. In many ways, Celeste actually felt like the first major 2D platformer translation of many of Galaxy and Galaxy 2's mechanics. And the Shadow Clones were one of them, of course. But some of the rhythmic alternating beat blocks that you see all over Mario Maker being another one. And yeah, man, welcome first of all, and secondly, I guess that is a title that captures the general character of the stream. Oh, Charging Chuck's going to demolish everything. I want to probably survive to 20, and we should have a mushroom at that point. Boos are potentially a problem if we're not facing in the correct direction. I do not have enough time to stop anywhere to zap the boos with my headlamp. Unfortunately, we do just need to run very carefully past them, maintain camera position, possibly tap them to make them disappear, but they don't really stay off the field for very long, so have to be very careful here, especially as we go under the archways. Okay, out we go. 18 so far, I mean, still a long way to go, and we are already small, so absolutely cannot get complacent with this until we are out with the mushroom. One thing that is making this efficient is that I know from experience that the coin requirement is not very strict. I think I might have had a lot of trouble with this when I originally cleared it on Wii U simply because I was trying to grab all the coins at the same time, not realizing that the requirement actually isn't too bad. Now, the only way I could get out of that situation was by tapping the boo with the pointer. I'm glad I managed to come up with that at the very last minute, because otherwise I would have been completely trapped, as you can see. So this may be slightly smoother than I expected simply because I'm not being strict about coins. Can we please get a proper mushroom? Yeah. So not going to have any uptime with the hammer going into the next segment, the pickaxe, I should say. Like I always say, I keep thinking of it as a hammer because of Donkey Kong. And because, of course, it does have the Donkey Kong animation and music, which specifically reminds you of the hammer. In that game, of course, mushroom was just right here anyway. So we'll save this mushroom in case we need it, and we'll just double back if we need some health, because it may be a while before the next one. We'll use the stun as much as possible, which is another thing that is actually slightly easier with the pointer than with the original Wii U touchscreen controls, assuming, of course, that my Joy-Con is going to maintain connectivity and be responsive, which it is feeling a little bit laggy today, which kind of worries me. It's just a right Joy-Con. I think something is a little bit off with its reception, and so when the pointer is acting choppy, that, I believe, is what's going on. Yes, Mamuga, I am using gyro pointer control. In the original Wii U game, as I said, it was actually a touchscreen control using the Wii U gamepad. You just have to tap your thumb, I think, while you're holding the controls. In this game, it works just like it does in Mario Galaxy, and indeed in all the All-Stars ports of Mario Galaxy as well, that you can just point, and you can also click the R stick in order to reset position in case the pointer is drifting a little bit too far. Now, Shy Guys in the blue suits here respond to stealth, or rather they kind of detect you and get you into a massive amount of trouble, as you can see. I was completely trapped. Okay, close shave there. But yeah, they spin around 90 degrees at a time, and they don't run after you until you are within their line of sight. However, in a level like this one, it's very difficult to just actually go behind them and avoid them entirely. But the idea is that I want to avoid activating them for as long as possible, or stun them before they actually see me, although I think if you do stun them, they chase after you immediately after you let go. So yeah, we may be in big trouble unless I can get an exit or a mushroom soon, or get up to level 30. Hang on, Lord, welcome. So yeah, like I said, this is feeling a little bit easier than I remember from the Wii U version, because of various adjustments I've made, as well as Just, well, things I'm doing differently, as well as things specific to this version, like the gyro pointer control. Got to recenter the way we do in Splatoon. I really have to stun these guys and lock them down, or I really will be completely dead. Okay, made it to level 30, so let's grab the mushroom. Oh, no refresh here. I was hoping I would have one, but Charge and Chuck is going to cause all kinds of issues. Yeah, we got trapped. So record so far is level 30. I was hoping the rest stop would be there, but it is not. As you can see, at that point we had about 2,300 coins. I am on pace for 5,000 because, as I recall, there are just tons and tons of coins that come in near the end. And I'm not too worried about passing that bar. It's not an absolute requirement, but we're doing 100%, so I might as well do it on the same attempt. Yeah, 1K Man, I actually did beat this originally. It goes up to level 50. Some of the rooms, though, as you saw from level 10 and 20, are just empty bonus rooms for you to rest before you continue. But as you also saw, there is no rest stop at level 30, so there aren't that many of those. And there is an element of randomization. The levels are not the same every time. They consist of the same sets of enemies and a similar distribution of coins and items. But there is some random generation here, so... Like I always said, this really feels like a game within the game. It's kind of like playing Pac-Man or something inside Captain Toad. But you really have to engage with the central mechanic of using the camera in order to find the safe locations as well as the archways that you can go under. I will say that I remember that originally when I tried to beat this on Wii U, it took me hours. And so even as somebody who did beat this originally and had a method for it, I'm not totally confident I'll be able to do it this stream. But the fact that we made it to level 30 on a previous attempt, of course, is a very good start. But yeah, Charge and Chuck just completely boxed me in. And so that did not go too well. Yeah, eventually, of course, you have a longer train of clones as well. The clone mechanic here is actually not as hard to deal with as the escort mission that we did in the DLC last time, I think. Because the clones, you just need to make sure you have a nice wide path for yourself that doesn't do very many tight loops, especially in the later levels when you have 3 or 4 clones following you at once. The main problem with clones is when you reach a dead end and they box you in, like we saw with the Charge and Chuck earlier in level 30. Do I think procedurally generated will ever feel like hard mode? Yes, and this level is actually the example in some ways. I mean, I generally do prefer challenges that are very tightly designed so it doesn't feel like you're just re-rolling until you get a very fortunate draw. In a way that, you know, something like Champions Road, for instance, was totally designed and non-random. I understand your question, though, that, you know, if it's an RNG level, then why don't people just re-roll until it becomes easy? In a level like this, I think it actually helps with the RNG, because you can't just memorize a single best path. You can't just look up a very specific solution and map out the same speed route every time. You do actually have to respond to the level's mechanics, and so it feels like a proper test of the mechanics in this game in a way that a non-random level doesn't quite do the same way. Obviously, the sort of non-random final level that we saw in the DLC chapter last time, in a previous stream, is an example of how to do things the other way. I mean, that was also kind of hard in ways that you could kind of engage with predictably, but there was enough movement from the character throughout that level, and there were just so many stages in that one too. There was a total of 30 floors in that one, that you weren't really going to memorize the best route there either. Oh, handmade. Okay, sorry, I completely misread that in chat because handmade feels so much like hard mode. Do I ever feel like procedurally generated will ever feel like handmade? There's actually... It depends on what you procedurally generate. And there's actually a very good example, 2 very good examples of that, that I can think of, and they're both strategy games. One of them is the stealth tactics game Invisible, Inc. from a few years ago, and the other one is Into the Breach. And both of them are turn-based tactics games that have a bit of roguelike randomization to their overall structure in terms of how you go from each map to the next. But the mechanics are designed in such a way that they feel just like a handcrafted experience, where you just have to deal with different starting variables. So in the case of Into the Breach, all of the maps in the game are handcrafted strategy maps. It's just that you tend to get them in a slightly different order, and you come into them with different tools. But the maps, they also have some randomization in terms of where enemies spawn and such, but the maps themselves are always very consistent, and so you can, in fact, learn them over the course of practicing the game. In Invisible, Inc., that actually takes a slightly different form. That's a game where the randomization is in things like how the map is put together, tile by tile, but the element that is normally random in other strategy games, such as being able to, hit your enemies with a certain percentage hit chance or whatever, that stuff is totally non-random. And so what they did was they took a certain amount of randomness out of that game and out of the core concept in order to make it a little bit more approachable and also something that feels very handmade in terms of being able to play the strategic part of the game kind of like a perfectionist. So there are definitely ways in game design to pick the right kinds of things to randomize and the right kinds of things to be totally non-random, such that the player has a great deal of control. And I think when the player has a sense of control over the outcome, where their decisions matter and where they don't feel like they just need to roll the dice to get a new map, that's when a procedurally generated experience is at its best. So that's my design commentary on that. I should actually show off some of those games on stream at some point. I don't have Invisible, Inc. on Switch, I have it on PC. But Into the Breach I used to play quite a lot of, and there are still some things like hard challenges in it that I haven't done. It's also kind of a good fit for a stream because a normal run through Into the Breach is something that takes about 3 to 4 hours, and that's kind of perfect for a stream time. Although hard mode may take longer just because the decisions are harder. So yeah, Mamuga, I hope that answers both questions at once. Your intended question about handmade and the misinterpreted question about hard mode. Okay, we'll save this mushroom in case we need it. Nice to have one so early in 22. I remember a mushroom being in 22 the last time we made it here as well, so... Of course, one of the challenging things about this stage is simply that it is so long that each attempt is extremely long. I don't remember how long exactly it takes to play through this, but I think it's probably somewhere from 20 to 30 minutes to have a successful run, depending on how quickly you spot the exits. Maybe not. I mean, it feels like we're speeding through it because I'm not being exact with collecting all the coins. Wow, ran right into that guy. So maybe it'll actually wind up being faster than that because I'm not doing much of the coin collection. If I'm really way off my estimate that I will be able to get 5,000 coins by the end of this, the consequence, of course, is that we'll just have to clear this twice. But I'm hoping it won't come to that. I'm hoping that we can, in fact, do it once. We have to be really careful with the archways. And, oh, as you can see, I boxed myself in. Luckily, the other Shy Guy is totally off my tail. No, we can see from the geometry here that this will not be the route through the maze. You do need to kind of keep your eyes on the map and scan for exits while you are also moving the character. And that's one source of difficulty that you can't necessarily see as a viewer, that it really matters where you're looking in this level. Like, you have to kind of use your eyes to scan around for the exits while you play. And whoa, that's terrible. Can't believe I actually survived that loop. Okay. Anyway, here we go. And hello, Momentarily Sane. Hope you enjoyed your weekend excursion. Because I know coming out of the weekend, you were telling me that you were packing off for a trip. Okay, hammer is, or pickaxe rather, is fantastic because it takes me directly through, and in fact will even continue into the next stage, which is perfect. Because it means I should be able to surpass my previous record. Now we know that 30 is going to be the one where Charge and Chuck is all over the place, and with a Magikoopa as well, we really need to be careful here. Especially because Charge and Chuck is going to break everything. And, oh, I'm trapped, I'm trapped! Okay, let's get out, let's get out. Okay, there's the exit, and there's a mushroom as well. We'll go for the mushroom. It's a bit of a risk because we have Charge and Chuck on the other corner, but you can see we actually managed to lose them out of the way. Okay, bullet blasters are not going to be too much of an issue here, thankfully. You're not back yet, leaving in about 8 hours, okay. Well, I do have safe travels by whatever mode of transportation you prefer. Now, the nice thing about bullet blasters is that they open up the walls for me, and so we can get out really quickly. Now, I don't want to be overconfident about this yet. We are not through this. We're not anywhere close to level 50. But it's going better than I expected, I would say. And since it's going better than I expected, if we do in fact finish this early, I'll be doing some Mario Maker afterwards. But I cannot guarantee that because I fully expect that I'll be choking on this often enough that I may in fact take a full couple of hours to get through it. As you can see, it escalates very quickly. And also that maybe I do need to pick up on the coin collection a little bit because I am not really even at 3,000. Okay, that was a mistake. I should have just gone for the block. Okay, never mind that. Luckily we do have a bonus stage here at 35. Let's just collect this stuff first. And let's grab the mushroom. That was a very bad judgment call just now. But we made it. And yeah, Momentarily Sane, it is a bit of a diamond in the rough, codename Steam. I mean, you kind of have to get accustomed to the very N64-like art style and everything, but I found it to be a really interesting game because having played a lot of tactics games, there aren't very many turn-based tactics games that have that kind of verticality of level design that almost resembles a 3D platformer, and it's something that you'll definitely see in later levels, especially when your party kind of fills out a bit and you've got a lot more choices to work with. But yeah, you can kind of see why it was a very overlooked game, but I think it's one that I had a great time with. And despite the fact that it is sort of rougher and more experimental piece than what you normally see out of Intelligent Systems. Oh boy, these guys shooting me in both directions. We'll grab the mushroom, fortunately, and head straight for the block. And yeah, the mosquitoes in particular, that's a very good point. Alright, we need to scout here a bit. And no, it was not this way. I don't know why I thought it was that way. I thought I had read that correctly, but it seems not. Oh, did I? Okay, I don't know why I stalled there for a moment. I wonder if it's actually just my Joy-Con reception being terrible. And yeah, there I was just kind of trying to reposition myself, and that was a very late choke, as you can see, on level 38. Yeah, for a moment I thought I was getting a little bit of controller lag, which is unfortunate. It doesn't usually happen. But it also meant that I was thrown off by the kind of side-by-side batteries of the moles that kind of work like the Deku in the Zelda games. They work exactly the same way, in fact. And yeah, just choked on 38, which, well, it's practice. I mean, we had a couple of close calls prior to that. And yeah, carrying that enemy threw me off slightly as well. It's not something that should have gotten me stuck, though. I mean, I should have been able to run with it. Because ideally I use that as a throwing object to just get past some of the other enemies. I just wasn't expecting things to go quite that badly. Okay, we've got a really early pickaxe here. Let's do that. And in fact, clearing out here is going to be great because it means that I can actually take the time to work with some coins. And just do some of the collection while we can. Maybe... Yeah, last time I had about 3,300 coins by level 38. I think that's still going to be on pace because you would need to get over 100 coins per level after that, but you actually get showered with so many coins as you get near the end. So once again, I don't think we're going to fall that far short. But when I do get a very fortunate draw of something like a pickaxe, I should be using it. And when I do get like a really easily accessible pile, like we see in this level here, as we're about to see, I should take it anyway, just to make sure we get it out of the way while the going is still easy. And Cordial Snail, I forgot to say hello to you earlier. Welcome. Glad to see you around. Was too busy choking in the high 30s. Really be that attentive to everything. Okay, we gotta be careful with charging Chuck here. He's... Interestingly, if I tap him enough, he seems to have his helmet peeled off, but that's about as much as we can do, and he does put the helmet back on afterwards, as you can see. And unless I have a thrown object, like one of these guys, I don't actually have a way of dealing with Chuck, because I can't inflict any damage. There is a bit of friendly fire in this game, though, among the enemies, and so that's something that we could potentially take advantage of as we get into the later stages. Especially once you have these guys and the bullets everywhere. I keep thinking of these as moles because of how you pick them up. They're obviously very different from the Monty moles in standard Mario, but I don't know if these enemies specifically have a name. Or, well, I mean, they obviously have a name, I just don't know that name. Because they are one of the few elements that are original to Captain Toad. Like the Flaptors and the Mud Troopers. And yeah, momentarily saying, I've definitely had a lot of people tell me that if I liked Codename Steam, I should get on Valkyria. It's just a matter of finding the time, because I do know that it is known for being very long. And yeah, we'll just have to find a slot for that eventually. I've had it marked out on my Switch for ages as something I want to pick up on sale. Valkyria 1. I do know that Valkyria 4 also came out on this platform. But yeah, I always like the look and feel of the Valkyria Chronicles art style, for sure. That kind of 1910s inspired illustration style. Okay. Yeah, I don't really do enough, considering that I'm a big turn-based strategy player, I don't really stream that much turn-based strategy at all on the stream, and maybe that's something I should change. I mean, I haven't really thought about how to make it a really engaging viewer experience, because I am just a really slow player when it comes to tactics games. And I don't know how interesting that would be to watch. But I might just do a trial of it at some point with something that I know can be done in short sessions, like, you know, Into the Breach or something. Like, I'm a big Fire Emblem player, for instance, but I've never streamed Fire Emblem because it just does not... It's not the kind of thing that fits into streaming times, I think. There are some people who manage to make it work, and there are some people who even do speedruns or events like GDQ, but that's just not my style. But we'll keep that in mind that, you know, people are actually kind of interested in tactics games and in seeing them somehow. Because, I mean, my approach to them is the same as how I approach things like puzzle levels in Mario Maker. I am pretty thorough about considering a lot of different possibilities before I actually commit to a move. And so it would be a lot of talking and not a lot of movement. And I don't know how interesting that would be, but if there is viewer interest, we'll see if there is some way to make it happen. This is a disaster. Okay, we need to go around to this side. Boos, of course, can just go straight through the walls. You need to stun them a little bit to get out of trouble. Yeah, you watched a first timer play. Oh, Valkyria? Yeah. I should actually try to watch some turn-based tactics streams at some point just to see what people are doing with it. I mean, part of the issue with streaming it is that, like, I don't really know what makes it good and watchable as a live experience, because sometimes what is very fun for the player is not the same thing as what is fun for the spectator. Which is why, you know, when you watch some other things like chess online, for instance, things like Blitz formats are so heavily favored. Because there's more speed, there's more adrenaline, there are also more mistakes even among the top level players. It's just much more like an RTS in some ways. But turn-based strategy, you know, even as somebody who plays tons of it, I don't really watch much of it at all. And so I don't know much about how to make a good viewer experience click. Let's just bust down as many walls as I can. Yeah, there was a spare mushroom back there, of course, but we'll get out. It's also true, though, that I think there are a lot of people who are first-timers to strategy games who sometimes don't really know how to approach them and who could use some content that is more of that walkthrough style that, you know, shows them a play style for getting better at those games. Something like Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, for instance, brought in a lot of people on the Nintendo side who had never played tactics games before. And that was a game that I actually found just much too easy in some ways, even if you get into the challenge content. Like, it was very much a starter game. Like, you can tell that it's kind of a person's introduction to doing tactics. And for more experienced players, I think the content felt a little bit light, even once you get into the advanced challenges. Yeah, I found the thing to making Mario plus Rabbids enjoyable if you are a tactics player is that you just try to do everything as quickly as possible and just blast through it. Because there are benchmarks for, you know, complete this in fewer than X turns, and you have to do it with everybody alive, etc., and it's really easy. But it means that doing that stuff, like doing all the bonus challenges, just kind of feels like the normal mode if you are somebody who's coming from games like XCOM. If you like the genre, there's one that is really good that's in 2D. That would be SteamWorld Heist. I really enjoy SteamWorld Heist. It is actually a game that I recommend to people as being an even better starting point than Rabbids, while doing a lot of the same things that Rabbids does well. In that, like, you have maps that are really quick. You have missions that can be done in, you know, 10-15 minutes, and you have character movement that is extremely fast. That your characters are always like dashing all over the map and flanking and just getting from one side of the map to the other in one turn, which is kind of something that is a feature of Mario and Rabbids as well. But it is something that's also on a side-scroller plane, and has a bit of a skill-based element when it comes to aiming shots. And so yeah, definitely look into SteamWorld Heist if you're looking at that kind of thing. Oh, you have it. Okay, great. Yeah. Don't know if you've heard. I was reading today that there has been a... Well, it's an unverified but somewhat plausible leak from 2K Games that Firaxis may actually be working on an XCOM and Marvel crossover. Which I have mixed views about, because I was really hoping that if they were going to do an XCOM crossover, I always kind of hoped that we would get something like an XCOM Star Wars game. Because Star Wars doesn't receive enough strategy games these days compared to what used to be the case. It doesn't receive any, really. Like, there's stuff on mobile, but that really doesn't count for various reasons. But I always felt like, you know, Star Wars really needed a good tactics game. Like, you could think of it as being something that would fit the Clone Wars era perfectly well, for instance. You have the concepts and the characters right there, and a good pretext for a lot of special powers as well as permadeath, and just a lot of things that would just work very well with the theme. We need to let the bullets punch out some space. I do eventually want to get to 35 because we know that's where the next guaranteed mushroom is going to be. In the meantime, this is going to be a dead location. Now, if I freeze one bullet coming out of a blaster, I think it actually slows down the next one from spawning, and that's something that we should keep in mind. That if I want to manipulate the bullet timing, then I just freeze an existing one that is coming out of the same receptacle. Okay, let's be careful here. Record is still 38, remember? Yeah. My Joy-Con batteries were actually dying on me at the end of the previous stream, and actually my capture card also died on me at the end of the previous stream, so I'm glad that we got this working at all today. But yeah, momentarily saying, I mean, I know you said that you were kind of a board game person as well, from what I recall, and yeah, I absolutely love tactics games. I just, as I said, don't have a good sense of how to turn that into something stream-friendly just yet. I guess doing stuff like Scrabble is a bit of an introductory step to making that work, but the nice thing about Scrabble is that, you know, there is an existing community that I'm somewhat connected with. And so I do have a small built-in audience that is actually looking for that kind of thing. And the games, you know, even when I'm playing games on slow time controls, the games are quick enough that it's a watchable experience. Wow. That was a terrible moment there. I was standing too close to the center to really turn that corner properly. Oh, no. Yeah, I shouldn't have stunned that guy. I actually needed to walk over him. So, that didn't go well. We got decently far. Yeah, we'll get back into this in just one moment. I'm just sort of adjusting some positioning here in case there actually is kind of a reception issue with my Joy-Cons. Like, I don't know if there's just a lot of signal interference in my area right now from where I'm sitting. So just a moment. But yeah, we'll see if we can get this to work reliably, because I am worried a little bit about the controller here. I could always switch to Pro, but the thing is, the Pro is not quite so good for stuff that involves gyro. Like, I tend to play with Joy-Cons for anything involving pointing, because it's just much snappier. Like, it's just a little too hard on my wrist to be pointing all the time with something bulky and two-handed like the Pro controller. Polytopia, okay. Interesting. Yeah, for a while, you know, back before the Switch, when it seemed like a lot of developers were kind of trying to cash in a mobile. It looked like that would be a natural home for a lot of tactics games because, you can play so much of the genre by touch. Or it would just match up very naturally with touch interfaces. And of course that just largely, I think, didn't turn out to be the case due to the nature of the mobile ecosystem. So it's nice to hear that there are some titles there that actually have some proper depth to them. So yeah, I'll look into Polytopia at some point. But yeah, I absolutely adored Fire Emblem Three Houses. I have done well, all 3 of the houses plus the DLC campaign, but I haven't done the 4th route, which, I mean, at this point I think the statute of limitations has probably expired on the fact that one of the houses has a 2nd route. I haven't done that one yet, and I mean to do it at some point, but I think I'm actually quite unlikely to stream it, just given how very time-consuming it is, and just how much time I spend poking around in the monastery and tweaking stats, and also just planning things on paper to do all kinds of unconventional builds, because I like to create teams in Fire Emblem that are a bit weird strategically, just to try things out. Yeah, okay, so here's the problem with picking up these guys. I realize this now. This was the issue we ran into on the previous run that went fairly deep, why I felt like I stalled. It wasn't actually a controller problem, at least not entirely. The issue is that when you pick them up, you cannot go under the walls because they run into the upper block. So you cannot actually carry anything under any of the archways, and so I didn't realize that. And that's why it felt like I was getting stuck. For the King. I think I actually have heard of For the King. I do know about it. But yeah, Momentarily Sane. I was actually talking a lot about tactics games earlier in the stream before you came in, I think, when Mumuga was asking me about RNG and game design. I was going off on a tangent about both Into the Breach and Invisible Ink, which are 2 of my personal tactics favorites from the past decade or so. Because they are games that, for totally different reasons, like really strike me as games that understand how to do RNG in a skill-based game. We're going to speed right through this, just so I can get uptime on the hammer. Just break out. Yeah, there we go. It means that I'll be skipping probably about 100 coins in that bonus room, and maybe that'll put me a bit short, but survival is the bigger priority right now. Like I said, if I don't hit 5,000 coins, I'll just play this twice. Not a big deal. If we do well enough to actually beat this once, we can probably do well enough to beat it twice, despite the element of randomization. And yeah, Momentarily Sane, I have the same kind of misgivings about strategy games kind of struggling in the current game development environment. I don't know if you're following what's going on with Frost Giant, which is the studio that consists mainly of StarCraft 2 developers that left Blizzard. But that's probably the most exciting project on the horizon in the RTS space, because all of the people involved in that were the people who really kind of stuck around with StarCraft 2 long-term and perfected it. Not only in the competitive modes, but things like spectator features, the casual co-op mode, the campaign design, etc. Like, all the best people are there. To the point that, I actually think that a couple years down the road, I will be kind of planning a lot of what I want to do in terms of having a PC ready and having my upgrade cycle ready, like in preparation for the Frost Giant RTS game specifically, because it seems like they're the only ones who are even interested in creating something new in town after StarCraft 2. But I know that Age of Empires has been going through a bit of a revival. it's funny because so the guy who's the #2 Scrabble player in the world, some of the time, like he's a former world champion and he's kind of considered second best because there is a guy who's clearly the best. So he is actually like a really serious Age of Empires player as well. When he's not playing Scrabble, he's actually streaming Age of Empires, usually to an audience of just like 1 or 2 people. But I lurk in his channel quite a lot. It's kind of a treat to watch him. Whoops. Yeah. I haven't really caught up on a lot of the HD remasters of, you know, games from the golden age of RTS that have been coming out over the last few years. Because if you're looking at sort of around the early 2000s, it seemed like we just had things so great back then. We had Age of Mythology, we had... I don't actually know if Rise of Nations is as good as I remember, but Age of Mythology I thought was just a really interesting design. Do I have a wall here? Yes, I do. Okay. I am small. I need to focus here. Alright. We actually... I was about to say we actually have easy access to a coin pile, but then Booze started coming in and flanking me, and so let's not get trapped in any corners. Well, I said let's not get trapped in any corners. And come down through here. Yeah, I haven't really been following a lot of the updates about Age of Empires 4, I just know it's coming. I was never really as much into the Age of Empires style as with the StarCraft style. You know, because they have very different priorities, I think, in terms of the pacing as well as the economy management, building, etc. Well, the funny thing is, like, I was like a really casual StarCraft player until StarCraft 2, because without video content back in the heyday of StarCraft 1 and Warcraft 3, you know, the latter felt much less accessible then for a one-on-one play. Like, where if you just don't know how the game is played one-on-one, you just have a lot of trouble getting into it. But, so I did the thing that a lot of Warcraft 3 players ended up doing, which was I just wound up with tower defense. Because all roads lead to either Dota or tower defense, and I was definitely on team tower defense. I am still judgmental about Dota and its related games like League of Legends to this day. I feel like they actually are kind of what killed RTS for a lot of people. That, you know, RTS, you've got such a hodgepodge of different skill sets. You have people who really enjoy the base building and economy management, and you have people who really enjoy the battles and the unit micro. And I think the people who prioritized the unit micro largely flocked over to stuff like Dota and League of Legends. Because that's pretty much the end point of controlling fewer and fewer units, but with more and more finesse, right? Like, you just eventually end up with one hero, and let the AI do the rest, and let your teammates do all the stuff that you don't like. Whereas, I think on the opposite side, that the macro and management side of RTS got absorbed by a combination of tower defense and builder games like Factorio, for instance, as well as the rise of stuff like Paradox Grand Strategy, and stuff that you do in the kind of pause-and-play simulation pace, where, you know, it seems like things like SimCity disappearing off the landscape as well really kind of funneled its way into the Paradox games exploding in popularity like they did over the last 10 years. Okay. We'll stun one of them. This guy's going to unlock a location for me. I need them to bust through somehow. No. There are always going to be passageways. Okay, good. Alright, good. Survived that. But yeah, there's still a lot of stuff in Warcraft 3 style tower defense design that never made it to any of the commercial tower defense games, be it on mobile or on PC, where, you know, obviously after Warcraft 3 you had so many tower defense developers all gravitate, first of all, to Flash and then to mobile, where they could actually monetize. And then some of that stuff is fed back into the PC environment, but there's some stuff in Warcraft 3 that has just never been properly replicated. Like a lot of the co-op design, you know, like co-op Winter Mall and such, where you have asymmetric positioning between players, and a lot of teamwork based on which position you draw. A lot of that stuff has never returned to the RTS space since, and it was just really quite sad that the Warcraft 3 Reforged release was such a calamity and just so mismanaged, because in that it didn't just fail to relaunch the game, but it actually actively killed the existing game, you know. But I was really kind of hoping that it would lead to a bit of a tower defense revival and get people back in the lobbies. And that just didn't materialize for reasons that are entirely Blizzard's fault. Okay. Managed to dodge that just barely. There we go. Yeah, Reforged, you know, it is what it is. I was already kind of not really supporting Blizzard anymore at that time for various reasons. But it was something that I was kind of gifted a license for well in advance anyway, because pre-orders had been open for so long. Like, somebody had just gifted it to me because I was just such a big Warcraft 3 player back in the day. And of course, just by the time it came out, I was just done with Blizzard, and the state of Reforged just kind of confirmed that was the correct decision. And which was too bad, because, you know, even after poking it through Reforged again to play through the campaign is still fundamentally as solid as it always was. It's a great campaign. It actually feels pretty easy nowadays because general player knowledge of RTS is so much better than it used to be. Like, people actually understand macro and micro now, and so Warcraft 3 just doesn't feel hard like it used to, but the campaign design is still, like, really rock solid. It's just that, you know, everything built around the relaunch was just, well, it was what it was. I mean, you know, I'm sure you're perfectly aware with all the issues surrounding it. But yeah, I've been away from Blizzard for some time. I mean, for a while, until I really got absorbed into streaming Mario Maker, I was still playing StarCraft on a pretty regular basis. I wasn't laddering so much anymore. I got into StarCraft 2 one-on-one ladder much more than any RTS game before it, actually, even a lot of the classic ones. And I enjoyed StarCraft 2 immensely. I think it's a wonderful game. I think it might actually be Blizzard's best game, even compared to the classics. But yeah, I haven't really touched it that much since I started doing Mario Maker as my main game. That's kind of always on rotation. And like I said, you know, Blizzard has by and large lost interest in the things I expected of Blizzard. It's also worth mentioning, by the way, no, StarCraft 3 is not happening. That's why everybody's watching Frost Giant. Because, like, the entire StarCraft community trusts those people as being the ones who are actually going to do the thing that will finally be the next StarCraft successor. Like, there's no one else on the map right now who's even interested in doing that. And yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of spin-off studios from former developers from big outfits like Blizzard, like, a lot of them haven't really materialized as much as people have dreamed of in the past. Usually because they're moving to a much smaller support structure. And usually because, you know, they don't turn out to be as much of a dream team as people are expecting. But when you look at the people who are actually involved with Frost Giant, like, they command an incredible amount of confidence that I think is very well earned, given that in its later years, StarCraft 2 was actually very, very well managed in their hands, even when the rest of Blizzard was just not even talking about the game anymore. They were doing a very good job of keeping up with the community and also maintaining the game for the long term, despite the fact that it was not being treated internally as a priority. And so yeah, I'm not a particularly good RTS player. I'm just too slow, and I'm multitasking and mini-map attention span are not very good, but I just enjoy it immensely, and it is one thing that I'm really sorry to see go. I was about to say, it is worth mentioning that since we're talking about Blizzard and drifting away from Blizzard, that of course today, as we get into the 4th of June, it is the 32nd anniversary of the Tiananmen Square Massacre, which is kind of particularly important to commemorate this year because a lot of the traditional commemorations in places like Hong Kong have been subjected to new restrictions, crackdowns, etc. I mean, like, basically the major vigil that they would usually hold has been heavily outlawed. I mentioned this stuff, of course, because, you know, people are kind of associating Blizzard with that these days, that they really kind of soiled their name with that incident with the Hearthstone player 2 years ago at the height of the Hong Kong protests. And now it's just become such an authoritarian environment there that it is something worth mentioning, even in the context of being in the middle of my Captain Toad stream, where I'm actually almost at level 50. The conversation actually does help, by the way. Like, I find that it's easy to just get fatigued with long marathon levels like this if I'm not talking about anything other than just the level. Okay. I was trying to zap them both at once and it just didn't remain dead for long enough, so I died at level 48. Okay. We were on pace for the coins, though. Anyway, I kind of jinxed myself there, I think, by just pointing out how close I was, but that was a bit of a difficult issue. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, co-op's a lot of fun in StarCraft 2. I think the co-op mode, and one of the things that's exciting about Frost Giant is that the kind of lead designer on co-op, who was actually originally from Team Liquid, as somebody who always talked about game design on the Team Liquid forums, he's actually one of the leads at Frost Giant as well. But the thing about co-op was that it understood what a lot of people like about casual StarCraft is that, like, they like feeling overpowered, they like playing with a lot of different toys, and they like just kind of stomping the computer in a very low-pressure environment. And unlike in the campaign, they want to do it in a way that is renewable and replayable. And so co-op was kind of something that actually surprised Blizzard with how successful it was, and a lot of that was because they finally tapped into what people loved about casual craft, as it were. Where, you know, you're not that worried about expansion, you're not that worried about your money, but you have lots and lots of toys. And just tons of cool mechanics that would never be balanced in multiplayer. Right, where, like, it's always going to prioritize fun over balance to some extent, although they do spend, or did spend, an enormous amount of time thinking about co-op balance as well. You've played it enough to have everyone besides 2 commanders at 15 Prestige 102. I don't know if you got back into it when they designed the new Prestige abilities for commanders, where you could kind of reset them and give them alternate playstyles. I also got everyone up to 15, but I reset some of them just to unlock the Prestige abilities. I'm momentarily saying, I don't know if you're on NA server, as I assume you might be, but we may have to talk about... not that I really log into Battle.net anymore to check who's around, but you'll have to Kind of let me know. I don't know if you have any particular favorites in terms of the playstyles, but I definitely had certain commanders that I warmed to more than others. Yeah, I really enjoyed Nova right from her release. Actually, despite not being so much of a micro player, I enjoyed Tychus a lot more than I thought I would. You know, despite being the kind of player who does not prefer games like Dota and doesn't think too much about hero micro, I was kind of caught off guard by how much fun I had with Tychus. Yeah, Hans and Horner I enjoyed quite a lot as well. Han and Horner, I should say. The odd couple. And okay, so you do have a couple of them at Prestige 3. Yeah. Unfortunately, like my streaming setup is not one where I can really stream StarCraft. Because right now, like even just having external video capture is pushing my CPU like crazy, so until I invest in a new computer setup that is sort of built exclusively for streaming, I won't be streaming StarCraft anytime soon. Which is kind of too bad, because StarCraft is the game that got me into esports and into watching video games played online. Like even in that sort of brief pre-Twitch era about a decade ago. You don't know why I said beat. I don't know what word you were intending to put there, but I assume it was something positive. Can't believe I got to level 48 and choked. And the thing is, the stuff from in the 30s and 40s last run actually felt really smooth as well. Oh, that was dangerous. Let's not play that way. That's... One thing I've been doing is I have been letting up on the dash button most of the time so I can prioritize camera control. In some circumstances, that's getting me into a little bit of trouble with things like chucks. And last time, of course, I just got trapped with boos because I didn't realize how quickly one boo would blink back, and I thought I was getting crowded out by two boos at once, and so I didn't think I would have a safe position. But yeah, you can click on a boost to temporarily create a pocket there, but as you can see, you can't really sustain that boo cancellation. You can't hold them down and pin them or anything like you can with some of the other enemies. So unfortunately, you only have a very precise moment to be accurate about tapping the boo to create space. Okay, let's be careful running underneath the archways as before. We don't know what's going to be obstructing me there. Yeah, this is totally on the wrong side of the maze, so let's take the long way around. Oh, yeah, that was dangerous. But that's exactly the kind of play I need to make in terms of getting past the boos. If I have the same problem in 48 later. Okay, no, I see where I'm supposed to go. I just didn't see this wall earlier at all. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Let's loop back around this way. There we are. Anyway, the fact that I made it up to 48 already is a good sign. It's just that each attempt, as I said, is going to be really long. Yeah, let's just punch through immediately if I can. May as well grab some coins while they're low-hanging fruit and there's no major threat coming in. This is probably a bad idea, but we'll do it anyway, as long as I feel like I'm totally safe. And it'll make up for skipping the bonus room coins earlier. forward we go. Yeah, that was dangerous. There is a mushroom on the other side. I will need to get it anyway on our way over to the finish, so that mushroom is going to save me here, as long as we're careful about this piranha that's buried behind that arch. But here we go. Yeah. It's kind of nice to see, though, that a lot of classic RTS is kind of coming back in the streaming era, and that, you know, even with Warcraft 3 in the state that it's in, people do it. Age of Empires, of course, the remasters have made it a very streamable series once again. And so they're small scenes, but I think RTS is one of the genres that is best served by streaming. In that there's a lot of stuff that can be very confusing to players that are just part of the basic fundamentals of playing those games, that live video footage is by far the best form of instruction for it. And that's how I kind of got into 1v1 ladder in StarCraft 2 in the first place, was just that, you know, you finally see how a lot of basic macro and micro is actually supposed to look. And when you have examples to follow for how to do that instead of just seeing build orders on paper, then you're in a much better position as somebody who's learning the game. Your favorite will always be Vorozin, okay. If you like that Dark Templar style, for sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed Nova. Like I said, I mean, I think sometimes if I just want a kind of low-effort game, I play Tychus. Because then I just scrap the base management entirely, which, as I said, is not exactly how I'd usually play. Yeah, a lot of them were well designed, actually. There were very few duds. I felt like Phoenix launched in a pretty bad state in terms of being much less interesting than the other commanders, but... And there are some that are kind of an acquired taste. Like Mengsk is a bit of an acquired taste, I think. You... I kind of have to find a good way to build your way into that Command and Conquer style that he's designed around. But other than that, yeah. Actually, no, the other commander that I play if I just want a lazy game is I just play Karax. Which is funny because Karax is kind of sort of lazy casual option in the same way. No, sorry, in a totally opposite way as Tychus. In that he's just kind of pure base building. And you're just playing tower defense, literally. But yeah, in terms of design, like I found Nova was incredibly well designed. Dehaka was incredibly well designed. Just a lot of great options. I also think that, you know, when people complain about things like the StarCraft 2 campaign, where I think there was definitely a very mixed reception to a lot of the story elements for people who kind of prioritize that, but they really do underrate how much StarCraft 2 actually got done to expand the cast of the series in very interesting ways. Like, a lot of great characters actually came in. Especially the support characters, like Abathur. You can't stand Stetman? Yeah. Stetman's kind of interesting to play, I think. It depends on the style. Like, there are certain maps where I find he's pretty rough on. But you kind of have to buy into playing that kind of Zerg hero style to begin with. I found that I actually never really warmed to the way Kerrigan plays in co-op, in fact. Despite enjoying a lot of the Kerrigan campaign in Heart of the Swarm, I found that's, like, if I ever queued with random or something in co-op, Kerrigan was the one that I didn't want to draw. But as I said, I'm not really somebody who likes the hero-centric styles very much. Other than Tychus. And maybe other than Nova. Actually, no, I like a surprising number of the hero-based co-op commanders, which I think just speaks to how well-designed they are, that the fact that I will actually get a ton of enjoyment out of, you know, Nova, Dahaka, Tychus, etc. just speaks to how much they do right, even for people who don't really like playing a lot of Commander Micro in terms of the hero control. And I kind of understand what you're saying about Stepman's units. I'm trying to remember what it was that bugged me about him. I find with Stepman that I actually strongly preferred playing without Super Gary. But yeah, it was something about the unit build that I noticed as well, which I can't quite remember right now. Alright, I need to get a mushroom somehow. I may be a while from the next mushroom, and unfortunately these guys zone me out like crazy. Okay, I don't just want to zap these guys because if I freeze them for too long, I actually get into a bad position that I can't escape from when it comes to dodging their pattern. Like if I desynchronize their projectiles with their neighbors in just the wrong way. Oh, shouldn't have picked that up when I was so close to the clone. That's a joke. I don't remember what Prestige 3 Dahaka is. You'll have to remind me. Like, I don't remember the order for a lot of those. Okay, now I'm starting to notice for the first time that my arm is actually stinging slightly. So here's a bit of personal news. I received my first shot of the vaccine today. And I felt no symptoms whatsoever until a minute ago when, like, I'm actually starting to notice a bit of stiffness in the part where I got jabbed now that I've been playing Captain Toad for the past hour. Of all the things to actually bring that up. Dahaka gets to Buddy. Oh yeah, okay, that's the one where he kind of splits in two, right? Like he's got, well, you're double Dahaka. So yeah, I didn't expect that after having no issues all day that Captain Toad would suddenly make me feel like my arm's getting sore, but it might not actually have to do with playing this game, it might just have to do with things setting in after a bit of time. You had COVID in February, oh yuck. Glad you got out of that situation and got a shot. This was a bad time to take a hit from Chuck. Level 5, that's really early, but at least we know there's a refresh on 10. But yeah, as far as StarCraft goes, I actually do still watch GSL from time to time. As you can tell from my streaming hours, like I do kind of run on Korean StarCraft time, as I like to call it. And so yeah, I don't watch competitive play nearly as much as I used to. Like I don't really catch the EU weekend tournaments or anything anymore, and I don't keep up with the scene so much, but every now and then I'll drop in and watch GSL. And it's kind of come to that point where StarCraft 2 is old enough as a game that I know that I'm never really going to put in that much effort to climb much further in a 1v1 ladder. And so, you know, I don't take the time, like I take enough time off to StarCraft 2 that I can't follow what's going on with the meta or with the builds that are active, etc. And so I can't actually follow it that closely. And when you don't follow it closely from a strategic standpoint, a lot of the things like the builds just kind of blend together, right? And after a while, you kind of feel like you've seen all there is to see, but because it's much more rewarding for people who actually do keep up with the meta and understand the overall strategic layer, which is just so well developed now. In the same way as watching like really good people play chess, right? Like past a certain level, it's hard to enjoy without a certain amount of knowledge about the meta. But then I tune into GSL from time to time, and it's still quite an exciting experience. You know, it's still a lot of fun to watch. You don't really care for the meta gameplay? What do you mean by feeling so stiff, though? Is it just that you find it a bit inflexible, or...? Because I found the interesting thing about StarCraft was like how far I could get while not really paying that much attention to build orders. Like I was pretty consistently up in Platinum, which I think is usually around, you know, top 40%, like 60th percentile basically. And I mean, Platinum is okay, I guess, but like it's at a level where you kind of understand the game fundamentals, but nothing is very crisp. And you see a lot of players who kind of just execute good build orders at that level that totally fall apart at the first time of harassment. And I'm kind of the same way, that like I wasn't really somebody who was learning builds and timing pushes and such, but if you just kind of know very general principles of macro and micro, you can actually get a lot of enjoyment out of playing at the Platinum level without actually really studying the game. So I find that it did not feel stagnant for me because of the approach that it was taking, that I knew that I wasn't really going to put that much time into like studying the game in a rigid way. But there's a lot of stuff you can work on without doing that. That if you just have a good sense of timing for when to take bases, or how to respond to scouting information in terms of seeing what your opponent is assembling, and of course just the basic mechanical skills as well, like, you know, keeping up with production, etc. Like, I found that one thing that I did enjoy a lot about StarCraft 2 was that I could just sort of accept that I was never going to put in a lot of effort into studying the game and still get decent matches, like really exciting matches down in Platinum. So I think, though, every RTS I can think of has a bit of a similar problem. That, like, I mean, it's why a lot of people kind of stuck with casual play in both StarCraft 1 and Warcraft 3, right? Because, like, every game like that eventually gets to this stage where you have a huge burden in terms of study. This is the same kind of mistake I've been making throughout with the boos, except much earlier this time. When I have a boo wall like that, I can only afford to stun one of them, and I have to pick one. And sometimes even that doesn't create enough of a gap for me to run through. So I need to respond to that mistake a little bit better, because otherwise we'll run into the same problem of being boxed in like I was on my record run so far. Like, I actually need to run around a little bit more to reposition the boos in order to open up space, and it's going to feel extremely risky when you have multiple clones on a board, but that's the way. So yeah, boos are difficult to deal with, chucks are difficult to deal with. The projectiles, when they kind of come in pairs like that, requires a lot of positional awareness. But yeah, there's quite a lot we have to be aware of here. And I should be lowering my camera position a bit more often than I do, just to make sure things are not tucked under archways or... Oh, there was a pickaxe there we could have gotten. That's okay. It's early. We don't absolutely need it yet. But yeah, I definitely find that as somebody who's kind of more proficient with... Sorry, a moment. Okay. As somebody who's more proficient with turn-based tactics, than with something like RTS, that the mechanical element of RTS is probably the most challenging thing to get into for people who mostly want to win by decision making, right? That with something like turn-based strategy, you're winning on pure decision making. And it's that style of play that is likeliest to find an RTS metagame unappealing because of the fact that so many speed-based optimizations are going to depend on learning things like builds. But I don't fundamentally see a difference between studying builds and studying, say, openings in a totally deterministic turn-based game like chess, right? Like, chess has the same kind of study burden, which I think is actually a major obstacle to learning the game in many ways. That's, like, people really get intimidated by the thought of having to study stuff like opening theory if they don't understand the principles behind what's going on. And I think it's the same way with build orders, that, like, you don't sort of understand the macro principles behind why you're going for a specific composition or timing or whatever. Just memorizing the builds isn't really the thing that's going to solve your problem. And it's also not going to be the fun way to solve your problem. What's my main race? I actually played random for the longest time, but in SE2 I'm most comfortable with Terran. Protoss used to be my weakest race by far, and then after Legacy of the Void, Zerg became my worst. Because the thing about Legacy of the Void is that when they rebalanced the 12-worker start, like, I never really felt comfortable with Zerg macro since that point. Like, I feel like my sense of pacing for early game Zerg macro just never recovered from that. I just never learned how to play Zerg properly in Legacy. But yeah, Terran, I thought it just had a really well-developed toolkit in StarCraft 2. But yeah, I tend to ladder as random just to... As I said, like, I'm clearly not somebody who's very serious about learning builds, and so if I'm happy to just kind of play casually down in Platinum, playing random keeps things very alive and interesting, even though I get into situations where I wind up playing a Zerg. Okay, should have taken Hammer forward, but we'll just take a breather here and grab some coins. And you've always been a toss. Okay, interesting. But yeah, I'm also a very casual chess player. I was watching a lot of chess YouTube last year, and this was before the whole Queen's Gambit boom. I actually still haven't seen the Queen's Gambit. But yeah, I spent a lot of time just kind of watching chess YouTube and not really studying it seriously, but just seeing well-explained concepts on video as a way to, I guess, fill in a bit of thinking about the game, I guess. That as with RTS, you know, sometimes you kind of need to see things demonstrated or coached instead of just reading about it on paper. And I do a lot of chess puzzles, actually. Like, I don't even really play the game anymore, but I sometimes just pop open Lichess and just run positional puzzles. Especially if I'm multitasking with something else, like if I'm casually watching a video or something, I'll just have one screen open that's just chess puzzles. And just sort of run them in the background. But yeah, chess I think is definitely very intimidating in some ways. So the fellow I was talking about earlier, the Scrabble player who plays Age of Empires, so his name's David Eldar, and he made a really interesting claim a little while ago that I've been thinking about ever since, which is that the games that remain that are totally non-random and perfect information that are still actively being played are all really ancient games like chess and Go, that nobody develops commercial games like that anymore. And a theory behind it is that nobody develops commercial games anymore because you can tell immediately with those games who is the better player very quickly, and if you don't have opponents that are fairly symmetrical, like if people are not evenly matched, one person's going to win almost all of the time unless you have some kind of serious handicap. Like with chess, you know very quickly who's the better player, and the better player is just going to have a crazy high win rate because there's no element of variance or hidden information to change things up a bit and make them improvise in unknown circumstances, right? Even if you get into unknown circumstances, they're just going to be better prepared to deal with things like middle game tactics. But I thought it was kind of an interesting game that it's actually not commercially viable anymore to create a strategy game that works the way that Go or chess do, in that you have zero randomness and you have zero hidden information. Like the last one I can think of would have been something like Connect 4, and the thing about Connect 4 is that like it's not very complex, right? Like it's actually relatively easy to solve. And it is something that's sort of a kid's introductory strategy game. Like, you're never going to see a competitive Connect 4 scene because the strategic element of the game has pretty much just been exhausted, right? When the Clash of Clans Tug of War came out, you were crushing people. Yeah, I never got into Clash of Clans, so I don't really know about it. Like I said, I was never really a mobile player. I did try a fair bit of mobile tower defense because, again, I was curious about what people were doing with tower defense, but... Okay, we know there's a mushroom at 22 usually, when we have a mushroom here as well. Good, so I don't feel totally foolish going for those coins. So yeah, I have a rough idea of how Clash of Clans is structured, but I don't think I know what you mean by the Tug of War mode. But yeah, mobile, I was really just playing stuff like Plants vs. Zombies, Kingdom Rush, stuff like that that was, you know, doing tower defense in their own format with their own maps. And like I said, as much as I enjoyed some of that stuff, it never really quite replicated the glory days of Warcraft 3 tower defense. It's funny too, I don't know if you've ever looked at Kingdom Rush, but Kingdom Rush is like very clearly ripped from Warcraft 3 mods. Like down to some of the unit behaviors and even down to some of the unit voice lines. Like they're very obviously ripped. Like you have, you know, footmen that come out of barracks and that's one of your towers. And there's no reason to design something like that in a tower defense game unless you're just porting it over from Warcraft 3. Yeah, that's the thing about tic-tac-toe, right? Like, tic-tac-toe, unless you're a child, is not a game to actually be played. It's a game you use to explain computer science to people and explain what it means to solve a game. Like, it's actually just sort of a microscopic teaching example. It's not really even a thing you play nowadays. Connect 4 is at least playable, even if it's something that was formally solved. And you know, it has just enough complexity that unless you really kind of study an approach to it, like you can still have an even match with people. And I don't remember if Connect 4 was solved as a draw or as a win for the player who goes first. I think it was solved as a win for the player who goes first. But I don't quite remember. I used to read papers about this sort of thing. I don't anymore, but haven't found a time. Oh, okay. That was a trap. I could not get out of that with two Shy Guys in parallel. You've played all the Kingdom Rushes. I don't know how many there are. I've played 3 of them. I don't know if there ever was a 4th. Because it was Kingdom Rush Origins was the 3rd one, and another one in between, right? I did play all of them. I kind of burned out on it, though. But yeah, Connect 4 I think is still a very solid instructional game for getting people to think about turn-based strategy. But like I said, there's a reason there's no competitive scene, and I've been thinking about that, you know, that sort of claim about there not being commercial games that are structured like that, and I think there's some truth to it for sure. that you kind of need as something that creates uncertainty in order for an asymmetric matchup to feel like the weaker player has a chance, you know? And that kind of goes for spectator games as well, that like you want to feel like the outcome is something that's potentially up in the air and that upsets can happen. And like I remember, you know, back when they had the World Championship match with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana that ended in 12 consecutive draws. That at that time, you know, a lot of the people who follow chess were kind of talking about whether, like, classical chess with long time controls has reached a point where it's just not something spectators want to see anymore. That, you know, if you kind of want to develop chess as a spectator sport, you pretty much have to do rapid and blitz. Because at least you create uncertainty, you know, you actually create room for mistakes. And I mean, obviously, like, that's from the perspective of what's interesting for a spectator, and that's not always going to be what's best for the health of a game, but because, you know, chess is something that's going to go on whether there is an esports scene or not. It's still going to be around in 500 years. But, you know, the question is whether it reaches a sort of state of draw death like tic-tac-toe when people are already kind of reliant on the fact that computer engines are able to... they're not quite at what we formally consider perfect play, but they easily outperform the best humans on a pretty reliable basis, and so... But yeah, because, you know, over the past year, so many people have been invested in getting people into chess and making it approachable, partly by making it very spectator-friendly. Like, I'll guarantee you that, you know, stuff like the PogChamps tournament where you get total beginners who are Twitch celebrities to play with each other. Like, stuff like that was really interesting, because if you're somebody who's kind of a chess beginner who doesn't know the metagame, you can still enjoy that, and you can still see mistakes, you can still think about moves that you would rather have made, and they're actually visible to you in a way that a game between grandmasters is not really visible to you. Like, when a grandmaster makes a blunder that is only going to materialize in about 5 or 6 turns, like, you don't actually see that as an amateur, right? Like, you can't actually tell what's going on, and it's very difficult to follow. But when you see your favorite Twitch celebrities miss really obvious moves and kind of lose in positions that they should be guaranteed wins in, you know, that's actually exciting stuff. It actually kind of reminds me that, you know, one of the things that made StarCraft very appealing on video back in its early days was when channels like Husky StarCraft were active and really appealed to the casual base, because he would broadcast things like Bronze League games. And people would have a good laugh about it, you know, and you can actually see what's going on without ever knowing anything like build orders. And so that's kind of an interesting insight, I think, that, like, and you can see it all over Twitch, that a lot of the appeal of watching people play games isn't just about watching the most skilled players. And there's a lot of spectator value to be derived from playing badly or being someone who's also trying to learn. And yeah, that's something I think about quite a bit, because, you know, I'm definitely very far from the best Scrabble player on Twitch. Like, there are a couple of people who stream this game who are kind of ranked top 5 to top 10 in the continent or in the world. And so the kind of content I show, like, it's not going to be top level play. But hopefully it can still be interesting as a bit of an instructional format where I am going to make mistakes. I'm going to miss big plays, but I'll also get by just well enough that I can hopefully make it an interesting, teachable moment. Baseball and golf also have issues getting new fans. Yeah, I didn't know if that was the case, actually. I don't follow them that closely. I did kind of take an interest in baseball when I was much younger. And I've introduced baseball to people, actually. I went to a Cubs game at Wrigley Field, actually, a couple of years ago, and that was kind of a tourist experience for me in some ways. But a very important cultural experience, I think, to kind of connect with baseball in like one of the few surviving really historic diamonds. Nope, same problem with the boot trap. I knew that was coming. I need a better strategy to get out of the boot trap. I need a pattern that will lead them down the wall and then curve around them, because having two boosts side by side at once, like, I can't actually get past that with a tap. It's sort of interesting that you say that about baseball, because I would have thought that the whole kind of sabermetrics revolution would have brought in a lot of people who love stats. And there's a lot of crossover, I think, between, say, poker people and baseball people, for instance, in terms of, you know, the fact that baseball is very tractable by a quantitative analysis. That you would think that there's at least a generation of people who are kind of really into that stats element of the game, since baseball is so data-rich. I mean, that's basically how the politics site 538 started, right? Was that Nate Silver was actually a baseball guy. A baseball and poker guy, in fact. Because, I mean, I don't really follow hockey anymore, but I was reading hockey blogs quite often about a decade ago, when they were kind of going through their own analytics revolution that was very much inspired by baseball, where people were trying to find new ways to count and measure things, and it was sort of interesting to be kind of reading that in the moment while it was actually happening. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that you say that about golf. I mean, I think in terms of having some issues with demographics and inclusiveness, it is something that is... it comes with a very elite reputation just because of access to the clubs, I think, and access to the golf courses. That, like, what are you going to do? Just practice golf the way you can just practice kicking a ball? No, not really. Like Mario Golf, maybe. But, whoops. Wow, died to the chuck on level 5. That's a bit of an embarrassment. Okay, long ways off from the record run we made to 48 earlier. I was really hoping we could get this done quickly after that, but... Gleger, I totally missed your question from 10 minutes ago. If you're still here, I am absolutely in Canada. Sorry I missed that question. I just completely overlooked it in the chat, so... if you are still here, that is your answer. And... let's see, where are we? Okay. Yeah, with golf... I don't know, it's kind of funny because, like, with golf, I think a lot of it is that it is so inaccessible to people as a player. And that has to be a factor, because if you look at something like tennis, that has a similarly elite reputation in some ways. In that tennis like, there are definitely some class things attached to it, especially if you're from a country like the UK, where not so much anymore, but even as recently as the 80s or 90s, as recently as the 80s, I would say, before things were somewhat gentrified, you would have football, like association football, or soccer, as you say in the US, be kind of associated with the working class hooligan thing, where as if you were coming out of Oxford and Cambridge, you would be following rowing and tennis. And to some extent that's still true, but I think there's a much more middle-class space for football than there used to be. But yeah, like, tennis has this really elite reputation, just as something that goes back to what people were playing in palaces 500 years ago, but because it is very accessible in terms of being able to get a racket and get onto the court, I think that's what saves it from having the same kind of fate as golf. That it's still something that fundamentally you're able to pick up and play. Similarly, I don't think it's any mistake that a lot of that esports expansion that was marked by things like League of Legends and Dota 2, like where, you know, as an RTS player, like, I grumble all the time about them taking over the space once occupied by RTS, but at the same time, I don't think they would have achieved that level of success if they were not also free to play. And it goes the same with stuff like Fortnite as well. That the fact that as a kid you can watch some of that on stream and say, okay, I want to try that, and you can just do it in a freely accessible environment, I think actually makes a huge difference. And I think StarCraft caught onto that way too late. Like, they did eventually have a free-to-play conversion for multiplayer, but at that point it felt more like a business experiment than anything that was very alive. And even that did actually lead to the game growing again back in 2018. You said that so much about free-to-play games, or about the expensiveness of golf? But yeah, I think, you know, for something like a competitive scene, it's necessary for things to be relatively accessible if you want them to really blow up. And, you know, even things like computer games are still a relatively minor expense, so relative to most sports that you play at a serious level. But yeah, golfing is much too expensive. I mean, a lot of youth programs for things like hockey and such are crazy expensive as well, but just so much equipment involved. But that's something that has a very vast base of middle-class support, right? That's it's basically the equivalent of people training seriously to be a musician in a way that is such a marker of status in things, in places like a lot of rural Canadian communities, for instance, where they're just obsessed with hockey. Families just kind of invest in things like the junior leagues and hockey education and equipment, etc., the way that people in musical families will spend money on musical instruments and lessons. So, like, it doesn't really suffer from being a big middle-class thing, although at the same time, you know, there's a reason why hockey is still only number 4 or so in the United States in terms of the big leagues, right? That it's not like something like basketball where you can just pick up the ball and go down the street. Like, the thing that makes basketball really distinct, and which I think is actually very clear when you look at the sort of racial dynamics of it in the US as well, I think it's because it's this crazy provider of upward social mobility for people who are working class. such that it becomes this really aspirational thing in the same way that, you know, hip-hop becomes this aspirational thing, because like some people really do kind of make it out of their projects and strike it rich just on the basis of their physical talent. You'll see me tomorrow? Yeah, I do get some sleep. You've got a long journey ahead of you. Thank you for dropping by and just talking RTS with me all day. I mean, it has made this grind a lot more approachable, even though we're still 2 levels short of actually closing it out. And okay, we gotta click our way through this one. There we go. I actually got it. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, well, glad you could come by, as I said, and yeah, we'll be back to Super Mario Maker for the weekend, as always. And the sooner I get this done, the sooner we can get back to Mario Maker the rest of the week as well. Which is absolutely the plan. Okay, let's just bust everything down. Yeah, much easier to do it that way coming out of the bonus rooms. Okay. Probably need to stun lock these guys just to keep everything safe. And okay, forward. Now, what's going on over here? Okay. Like I said, it seems like we're fairly on pace with the coins so far. I mean, if you think about it, I'm a little bit behind 100 per level, and that's okay, because I think we get enough of a raft of bonuses at the end to make that not matter. I don't remember how much. I don't remember how many coins we pick up in the final rooms, but it's enough that I know I don't need to be perfect. Zap these guys a bit to grab this mushroom here. Might as well just loop around to create a bit more space once again. And yeah, we'll just continue walking our way around. Stunning the Magic Koopa is an interesting approach here. Okay, we're going to get trapped by Chucks. This is kind of a problem, but I managed to get out with a few strategic taps over here. Yeah, we just need to run out. With a Chucks, it is imperative to outrun. I think I have mapped out this one quickly, which is good. Because Shy Guys will just mob you if you leave them alive. And activate too many of them as you traverse the maze. Yeah, let's try to scout ahead. Let's see if I can zap some of these, and then we run for the exit. Now, I did take a hit already. I do need a mushroom pretty soon if I am to make it out of here. Especially because the next guaranteed refresh is not until 35. And having to chop around with a mushroom in the bonus stages actually harms my hammer uptime after the fact, so... Whoa, okay, no. A bit of a poor curve over there, so... Once again, that's going to be a very late death in the high 20s. Alright, nothing to do but just to get back into this once more. So yeah, record is 48 so far, and we've definitely seen a couple of patterns in terms of things that I actually die to. So, just have to stick it out and do it. It's kind of funny because there was So much conversation about other games entirely going on the last time I had that really good run that a lot of the stuff in the kind of 40 to 50 zone is a bit of a blur to me. I mean, it was the same kind of idea that we were dealing with, a combination of boos and chucks and the little Deku-like projectile moles. Okay. No. That was just poorly positioned. I was trying to find a safe place to reposition a cursor that time, and that was not ideal. Yeah, because with recentering the cursor, you kind of have to think a little counterintuitively. And I did used to have that down when I was actively playing Splatoon. In terms of like when you would just kind of recenter by pointing left, when you would recenter by pointing right, etc. Just to kind of get things to feel very comfortable in your wrists. And I didn't quite have that down as intended this time. Okay, we are going to take this so I can take it into the next level with me. And just punch out everything we can on our way over. Gotta be careful with the chuck here because I already did take one hit. And yeah, we'll just point at it and zap it out of the way as soon as possible. Terrible position. Let's get out. Okay, now let's get into the block. And take this guy. And we'll just continue pushing through until we make this happen. Definitely a few things that I can improve, but a lot of them tend to be spur-of-the-moment decisions. There's a particular series of mistakes that we've been making that are familiar by now in terms of ways in which I do get trapped. And we just need to avoid those specifically. Like, there's not much else systematically that I can do. Except to learn to recognize those mistakes, like looking under the archways, figuring out how to loop my way out of a boo trap, being able to scout out some of the positions ahead of time. So guaranteed mushroom over here, we'll just take it and try to... If we do have to get the mushroom, we're not going to have enough uptime on the hammer in the next stage anyway, so I'll just stick around here and grab some coins. Especially as our count is still on pace, but still on a bit of the lowish side, I think. Let's not get stuck along any walls. Very easy to be greedy and think, oh, this is an easy level, we'll just loop around and look for coins. But we need to not get complacent about that. So yeah, the fact that I got up to 48 already does make this look pretty doable. And like I was saying, easier than I remembered on the Wii U version. Much easier, in fact. But a lot of that is being able to set our expectations early, in terms of how perfect to be about coins, and also just what we'll do to click our way out of certain dangerous situations, which mechanically was much harder on the gamepad touchscreen. Yeah, not going to be able to hit that many dead ends as we get into the later levels. We do just need to scout ahead and make sure we have a good line of sight to avoid them. And okay, so let's keep pushing. Yeah, chuck's coming in. I really should not have spent that long with the coins there. Might die to a bit of hubris here if we're not careful. No, this will not be an exit. Yeah, I really do need to scout in advance a little bit and not only watch my position, but watch the far corners of the map just to plan out a route in advance. I think that's actually very necessary for success here. That you need to very quickly just look over the visual field of how a particular layout is going to be structured and assemble a plan very quickly. This is risky. Let's not do that. Yeah, but reading the gaps in the layout quickly is part of the skill set here. And we'll just try to make our way back over. Okay, this went relatively well. This one here. And we'll be on 20 soon enough for that exit. Now we know that 20 is going to be a refresh point, so we don't absolutely need to maintain uptime going into the next level, although actually it would have helped because of the way that you can dig up the mushroom quickly. So maybe I should have considered that then. Taking the mushroom into level 20, taking the pickaxe rather into level 20 is in fact a good idea. Because it will actually be more helpful to have a pickaxe refresh going into 21 than to spend that right away on 19. Yeah, just need a very consistent method for scanning the map, making sure I don't run into anything like this guy here, very dangerously placed, specifically to trick you out a bit. Yeah, at this point I've mapped out where to go, so just need to be very visually sharp about this. Watch where it is you're going. Okay. This was not too bad here in 23. Had a very clear destination location early on, despite some dodging that could have gone badly. Yeah, I do need to rotate a bit sometimes just to make sure we're not overlooking anything truly hazardous. Okay, we will need to keep the dash button at ready for the chucks because otherwise I won't be able to outrun. A little bit more important for the chucks levels than for anything else in terms of getting our positioning down right. With the Shy Guys, I need to reposition myself somewhat patiently, just so we can stealth around them whenever possible. That went much better than the usual Shy Guy level. This one, however, is not, just given how quickly I've activated that. I believe the warp block is pretty much always going to be on a corner, and that's an important thing to know. It's never going to be in the middle of a row, and given that it is on a corner, we can scan the corners very quickly and establish the location by process of elimination. Whoops, thought I could zap him there. That was not the case. So yeah, we're going to go for the opposite corner from our spawn point here. And despite taking the hits, we just need to establish a very systematic way of just scanning the pathway quickly. And planning the route quickly, because the later you get, the more easily you die to dead ends. Here's a mushroom. We'll go for the mushroom. Very important that we do, in fact. And yet, this will be exit. Good, taking a mushroom into 30, which will not be a refresh level, but will be full of chucks. I think we've got this here. I think it actually is consistently on the opposite corner every time. Yeah, because you can scan very quickly to see that you're not in the current corners. And if you know that you're aiming for the opposite corners, then it's actually not too hard to establish a pathway. And to work backwards from your destination to understand what kind of route you should be taking. So, I'm going to take advantage of bullet positioning here, I think, just to bust through some of these locations. The bullets are actually going to be kind of on my side in some ways. Now, I am 600 coins behind Payson when it comes to trying to do 100 per level. But, yeah, we'll just scan this quickly, and I think I do see my intended position here, so... we do need to let that bullet fire. No need to freeze that one when I do need its position to be available. There we go. Going to barely sneak past that into 34. So yeah, one thing I was not very actively thinking about earlier was the fact that we go for the opposite corner every single time. And because of that element of predictability, we're not in bad shape. Now, do I want to take this forward or catch up on coins? Take it forward. Because the easier a time I have here, the better off we will be in terms of later safety. Whoa, okay. I say it, of course, only to take a hit. But we do have a chance to catch up on some coins here, since a lot of stuff is dead and off the board. Notice that the last Mummy is way behind pace, though, and that's going to be a potential issue. Okay. No, this will be a dead end. Let's just make sure I know that. No, oh, and yet the last guy just lagged so far behind. Did not manage to cross over, so... okay, that was a bit rough. Got into the bullet zone, but still not approaching our record of 48. Like I said, I was completely expecting this to take a full stream, so this is still kind of within what I consider a reasonable pace. But yeah, we just need to get better at reading the map going in. That was one thing I was not too worried about last time I had gotten into the 30s. The fact that the Mummy train is as long as it is. It's not something I previously had to account for, and I think it's something that we do have to play around a little more accurately. But yeah, if you just kind of average a little under 100 per level, that's going to be fine in terms of coin count. Don't need to be perfect. And okay, let's make our way across. And yeah, we'll just kind of do the 100 per level mark and then proceed, especially early on when the coins are relatively easy. And okay, forward. And yeah, need to practice just scouting out the loop, scouting out the pathway that we're ultimately looking for. And there we go. Yeah, it's always going to be the opposite corner, so I think I kind of understood that at the back of my mind without actively thinking about it, and it is kind of important to actively think about it. Just to make sure we're reading everything accurately and keeping track of our original position as well, because obviously we're rotating quite a bit as we go through the layout. And whoa, how did I... oh, I see. That was not even an accessible wall. I just totally misread that. That's how I got shot. And... okay, forward we go. And let's see if we can do it. Yeah, I just need to map this out and recognize dead ends very early before we commit too hard to them. But as I was saying, once we get into the later mummy trains, past level 30 or so, we'll need to deal with the fact that we have a much longer train to be dodging our way around. Okay. Get rid of all this. And we'll just need to be very careful not to get shot. And we're almost at a mushroom refresh in level 10, which will be a significant boost to progress. Now we need to not get trapped in any corners. That was a potential setback just now. And yeah, as soon as we recognize there's no pathway from a certain quadrant, we just need to get out of there immediately and get back to where we were. So yeah, once again, I'm going to spawn a mushroom, and we're here for long enough that we'll just finish up the coins. Okay, Goomba time. And we've got double clones now, as well as a position that will be blocked. So yeah, taking a hit right away with camera positioning, that was not the best. We'll just kind of mentally need to keep track of which corner we're going for as we rotate. You can't really do this level without rotating the map from time to time for safety's sake, and so when you do that, you just need to keep track of your destination instead of getting a little bit lost. Nearly ran into that guy. I didn't see him coming out of the corner, boxing me in like that. Okay, pickaxe will be very, very useful here. And we're going to string pickaxes together, which is even better. Okay. Chucks are going to be all over the place, which is really bad news given my position here. Okay. That was kind of a miracle dodge. And yeah, boos, as long as we have a very clear sense of where I'm going, are going to be fine. But with boos, the important thing is to not have to do a 180 in a dead end, because that's going to crowd you. And that was the main obstacle that I was running into previously. Also the fact that it will just go through walls and kind of confuse your sense of what is accessible, because the boos will go through walls that you can't. So seeing them go through a certain position will tell you nothing about what is safe, as you saw just now when a boo in a wall sniped me off at around level 18. Okay, back in. Not much to do here, but head back and see how it goes. And yeah, we're just going to skip around and head back over. Nope, this position is totally wrong. We need to not stun the piranhas in an animation frame that will actually block me off and be totally counterproductive. Okay, off we go. And yeah, I mean, the early levels are just going to lull you into a false sense of complacency. They're not going to be too threatening. Yeah, I haven't had too many deep runs lately, though. By deep, I'm thinking past level 30 or so. It's been a comparative rarity to get things to work that well. And we'll just walk this over. Find that there's nothing. Yeah, I do need to check some of those walls ahead of time, I find. Like, we don't want to discover a dead end by running into it. That's usually going to be much too late to adjust, and it's going to trap me against some of the later enemy sets. So we kind of need to know if a destination is going to be a wall long before we actually approach it. Okay, you gotta watch out for Chuck in this level. He's on the other side of the map, but again, we can't afford to be complacent about that one. I can't quite see his position off screen. Going to be well ahead of pace in terms of coins, actually, which is kind of nice. No. Thought that was a wall that was open, and that was not the case. Just totally misread that. One thing that's important to do here, actually, is to read the shadows. Because sometimes, at a certain angle, the shadows can tell you whether to expect an archway. It's very subtle. You can't always see the effect depending on where your light is pointing. It might, in fact, be a good reason to turn off Toad's headlamp. But to turn off Toad's headlamp, I need to click on it, and I just don't have a good position to do that right now. I think so, anyway. You can do it in some of the other levels in the game, if you don't want to attract too much attention. And yeah, sometimes the projectiles will also give away what a safety location will be. Okay, let's see here. Pathway here is going to be fairly clear. And then we'll get the mushroom refresh on 10. Yeah, just grab that right away and go. No need to dawdle. Except I didn't bust through the wall. Okay, so that was not productive at all. Apart from opening up a lot of space to use for dodging Goombas. Let's activate this guy if I can. Just to get him out of the way. Stun to stack and out. So yeah, we were doing pretty well for coin pacing on a previous attempt until I failed spectacularly around 18. But out we go. And yeah, just really a matter of making it to the next milestone at this point. And yeah, just need to take some time to scan the walls. Once again, your eyes do kind of need to be in two places at once. Just to look ahead a little bit to where the exits are going to be placed. Okay, there we go. This is not going to be the position, but at least I get to pull the chucks out of the way. So they don't follow me into places that are quite so inconvenient. I don't see the wall I'm going for at all here. I think maybe the chucks actually do need to bust something down. I wasn't actually clear on whether that's required, like whether... I didn't think it would be, and it is not, in fact, required. Like, you should always have a path that's available that you don't need the chucks to create for you. And I thought that was the case, but obviously that attempt could have been a much better demonstration. Oh, no. Once again, didn't scout that wall ahead of time, and that's going to be a problem. So, can't really just guess at a wall. You do need to know in advance that it is going to be clear. So yeah, let's head back in for more. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, recent attempts not going too well, but a lot of it is just errors with reading the open spaces that we're going for. Okay, out we go. And yeah, I managed to kill the mummy chasing me with the pickaxe, of course. They do eventually respawn, but if we have the pickaxe in the later levels, we want to create as much freedom for myself as I can by just killing them all if possible. Even if they do respawn, every second we have available without dealing with them is going to be beneficial, so... let's just get on pace with coins a bit, just briefly, while I feel reasonably confident in my pathing. And back out we go. We'll save the mushroom in case I need it against the chucks. Thankfully I do see the exit path here. And that will not be necessary. Okay. Here, we'll just be careful. The projectiles are always going to follow a particular axis that the enemies firing them can only turn a 180 by the looks of it, not a 90. That will be important to keep in mind when we get into levels past 30, where we see a lot of them piled side by side. Yeah, so far so good. Not too many major issues that we've seen. I don't want to get too complacent about the coin count here. And okay, pathing here is going to be relatively clear. I know what I'm going for. Whoa. Once again, I have to remember that stunning them doesn't really get me out of trouble when it comes to dealing with projectiles that are already on field. And yeah, we'll just snap this guy and get out. Okay, doing well here. A little bit low on the coin count, but rather than be perfectionist about that, we'll try to bust through and create some space. And that'll work fairly well. Going to have a mushroom again in this level. It is along my path, so we'll save it for emergencies. The mushrooms do give you 10 extra coins if you pick them up while you're already full up on mushrooms. Don't know how much of a difference that's going to make though. So yeah, I do need to sweep around for coins a little bit when it's safe to do so, just to kind of keep roughly on a pace of 100 per level. But I'm not so far behind as to be a concern, given that the coin income will come, just not until fairly close to the end. Okay, I really do need to reposition my... Nope. I was trying to reposition my pointer there, and unfortunately, that actually just threw off my movements in a way that was not great. That's okay, we have a mushroom pretty readily available here. Yeah, I just need to get some of those resets down on the fly when it comes to my point of positioning. But we're going to get out of here on 15 without dealing with too many of the chucks, so things are still looking okay. Okay, booze will go down there, and we'll pop out. And there we go. So, still about 300 behind pace when it comes to 100 per level, but I'm not going to mess around too much on a boo level. Once again, with the boo levels, I cannot get trapped in dead ends and make 180s. I don't have a good method for doing so, and it is something I've been dying to repeatedly, so let's just not do that. And just walk in such a way that I lead the boos well out of the way by the time I need to turn a corner. And here we go. Yeah, let's not get into the dead end. Let's just continue. Yeah, pretty clear path this time. So yeah, always need to think about the opposite corner. Always need to scan around for dead ends before we turn our way around. I'm behind enough on coins that I think I might actually want to take this room. Despite the fact that the pickaxe would be very useful for punching through 21. We do know that there are some generous mushroom refreshes fairly soon. We do consistently see a mushroom on 22, and I think sometimes 23. So, don't need to be too perfect here in terms of wanting to speed through things. This will not be the way out. And yeah, again, we need to recognize that quickly and just not get trapped at all. Part of the issue earlier was that I was getting into a lot of avoidable situations when it comes to damage. Oh, whoops, didn't expect it to dip into me quite like that. Luckily, we do have a mushroom fairly soon here. That's going to get me back in order. Yeah, so in the early 20s levels, the mushrooms are quite generous. Later on, not so much. I do want to pickaxe here so I can punch through 23 with all speed. Punch through these guys too, in fact, just to eradicate them. Okay. Lots of open space here. And of course this guy's just going to spawn right on top of me, but that's okay because we see the mushroom. And we have a pretty clear path towards it, so... yeah, definitely that could have gone better, but we did have a bit of a backup plan to sort things out. No, thought I could dodge him. Yeah. Bad call. Mushroom is going to be accessible right away, though. Once again, very fortunate mushroom draw. And I will be looping around if I can to go for the pickaxe. But it looks like I do need to go all the way around. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely want the axe going into 25 though, so I will be walking around and taking a bit of a risk in order to make that happen. And yeah, we'll just carry the next one forward. Bust right through the chucks. Keeping as much uptime as I can on those is going to be key here, especially as I see positions that I should not be getting into. Keeping it to bust through that corner, in fact, would have been very helpful. We're going to get in big trouble here if I ever get cornered by so many shy guys at once, but luckily we do see the exit already, and so I do know my strategy. Going to be a dead end down this way. Let's not get too close to the shy guy. a dead end down here too. Let's get out quickly. Poor Toad just shivering in fear. No need to be such a scaredy Toad. It's not like this is Luigi's Mansion or some such thing. Okay, going to have to exit right away. I'm just going to take it. Not going to go for that coin pile. Okay, I can see the way forward here, which is very important to establish early. Running into this guy is less of a risk when I see the mushroom right in front of me. Still kind of unfortunate if I really do need that margin of 10 coins at the end, but I think we'll be fine. It's going to be safety first as we get into level 30, and once again, make a very poor estimate of how much room I have to be dodging chucks. And yeah, we're going to be one hit down already going into the bullet segment here, so let's freeze that up. And punch through as much as we can. We'll be looking for a mushroom eventually, but exits should get first priority. Okay. I do see where I want to go, but right now I don't have a very safe location for it. That's terrible positioning. Alright, that's fine. Barely made it out. Gonna have some more bullets all over the place here. Like I've been saying, the bullets actually are kind of on our side when it comes to denoting wall and events where certain walls are going to be and where they are going to open up. Nearly got myself into a very dangerous situation though there, with two bullets coming out in parallel. But as long as we're fairly strategic about when to freeze the bullets, I actually am not in terrible shape. Even going to get a decent coin pile here, as long as we loop around safely. Yeah. We'll just get back there. And we're out. Hey, Speedweed. Speedweed, I'll read your message in just a moment, given that I am in a rest stop level. Speedweed, I can't entirely tell if what you're telling me over there is a song. But in any case, I will need to get a mushroom off of this level, so let's do that first. I guess it kind of rhymes. Yeah, it does rhyme, doesn't it? I guess it is a song. I don't know if it's an actual song, as in something commercially recorded, or something that you just made up on the spot. Okay, let's get rid of those guys. Whoops, terrible positioning. I'm so dead. I don't know where the opening is at all here. Wow, this is terrible. This is terrible. Okay. So, yeah, I just didn't see the wall that time. That was... I mean, there was only going to be one reasonable candidate for the wall there. I don't know why we didn't successfully catch it. But yeah, that's another attempt that's lost in a 30. So that's very unfortunate. And... yeah, I just need to recover from that, get right back in for a fresh attempt. Yeah, still a long time since we approached our best record so far of 48. Meg, you just thought of something brilliant that you always do, I'm sure. I don't know if this time it's a level concept or just something completely different, but do enlighten us if you would like. And yeah, gotta go fast, I guess. Nothing personnel, kid. I'll keep that in mind if we ever do run Roboblast 2. But let's head back here and see if we can wrap around. Actually, I'll keep that in mind even if we just run something like Mania. I have played Sonic Mania before, but I've never streamed it. And there's still some stuff in it that I want to do eventually. Like, I never really played some of the added content in Sonic Mania Plus. I kind of fooled around with a few casual runs with either Mighty or Ray, I don't remember which. But one of the classic characters that was restored. But yeah, I should actually go back to that at some point. I found Mania to be quite a lot of fun. A lot more fun than expected in some ways. Considering that I've never really been too much of a Sonic person. Despite the name. Okay, let's get out of here, get away from the Chucks. Interesting that the enemy set in some ways is so close to that in Champions Road, and that Chucks and Magic Koopas are going to come together in a very similar fashion. It's really just the Chucks and Boos, not the Boos, the Chucks and the Magic Koopas, though. These guys, of course, are original to Captain Toad, somewhat, if you don't count their relatives in Zelda. Other than that, it's just Boos, Piranha Plants, Bullet Blasters, the usual. The usual. Nothing too crazy. Hey, let's grab the pickaxe. I think it's not going to give me enough uptime going to level 9. I'll bop this guy at least. Totally failed to kill my own clone. That's not going to be very effective after all. So yeah, no, these guys actually do turn by 90 degrees. I was wrong earlier when I said that they only turn by 180. They clearly do turn by 90 degrees if they're facing you. They will always try to face you, in fact. Now that's an important thing to remember, because later on, if I see a whole bunch of them clustered together, I do want to manipulate their firing pattern for maximum safety. And so, through we go. This time around, I'm up on coins, so we'll just punch all the way through and try to get that uptime on the pickaxe going. Now, let's not get trapped in the corner at the end of that pattern, though. That's a real risk. As you can see, already taking a hit right after that moment of temporary invincibility. Yeah, very unfortunate to just be down by a mushroom immediately after that. There will be refreshes that come, of course, as we head towards 20 and the early 20s. But until then, mushroom refreshes may be a little hard to come by, so we'll have to be extra careful in situations like this where I'm squeezing between two Goombas at once. Extra careful. I do at least see the intended passageway that I have here. Watch out for the Goomba under that archway. So this is going to be a Chucks level, but we have no mushroom, and so have to be extra careful. Once again. Just have to get out as soon as we can, I think. Boos are all about not getting stuck in dead ends. That was kind of a tough call in terms of positioning, but we made it. Yeah, still have to deal with a fair number of boos here, but it's okay. We'll just wrap around and plan our positioning carefully. That was not planning my positioning carefully. The corner just got hit. And that was the wrong way anyway. I don't think there actually was an available wall. Yeah, we're just going to keep going. Very cruel in some ways to have a good run early on that just dangles completion barely out of reach. We were doing so well, even just an hour or so into the stream, it really does make it feel like any run could be the one. And that's, in terms of method, I do have things relatively straightened out. I'm gonna try one thing here. Can I deactivate the headlamp? No, I can't. Okay. You can elsewhere in this game, which is why I was trying it. At considerable personal risk. Because the thing I want to look for is shadows that give away the positions of the walls and the open gaps. You can, in fact, see shadows that will give that away from a distance, but when Toad is shining a light in that direction, it does hide that, because they're shadows, and that's how light works. So, yeah, just going to go through here. And back, loop around. Should we go for the coin pile? Yes, we should. It's still easy pickings early on in the level, so might as well just get ahead slightly so I can cut some corners in the harder stages. In terms of pacing. Same goes for some of the coins we see in this one here, even though I do need to not take too many risks around the chuck, which is definitely something I should not be too risky about. Once again, just going to scan for some openings here. Being tailed quite closely. But of course, that's just the clone walking at a speed that I'm going at. And yeah, we'll just scout this position once again, and looks like this will be a dead end, so we'll double back quickly before we get too committed. Learn how to control these guys in terms of direction. That's to go decently, actually. Sure, we'll grab the mushroom even though we don't really need it yet. Okay, doing well so far. And eventually we'll make it out with a pretty pile of cash. Yeah, first 10 levels are pretty relaxed. I mean, mistakes do happen, but in general it's a relaxed experience. Yeah, just going to get that whole pile, and too late, unfortunately, to hit that guy. I've been taking a lot of damage on level 11 recently, just getting overconfident while holding the axe. Okay, this one I need to be cautious with, because that will be very quickly recognized as a dead end. Goomba in a very difficult position to see here. Out we go. Okay, we'll just make our way out of some of this stuff. And once again, big block. And scout ahead to that top corner. This will be a dead end, I'm pretty sure, so let's turn back. Okay. In pretty decent shape, actually. Apart from having taken a hit already. Yeah, just going to stun lock the Chuck so I can actually get out of the way before we get mobbed. Particularly with the second Chuck coming in. Let's run out of here quickly. Now, Boo level here is going to be a bit of a positional challenge. Let's get out. Yeah, I do need to dart my eyes around to read two things at once, reading the map for exits and reading my position before not dying. We're having trouble around 17, 18 or so last time, partly because of the Boos and the clones combining together to zone me out. Yeah, this will not be it. Looks like I did miss an important position over here. Yeah, there we go. Let's get out before everything comes in. Oh, look at that attractive pile of coins over here. That's not suspicious at all. I mean, it is randomly generated. Sometimes they are actually in safe positions. Okay, we'll need to get around this guy. Thankfully, not too much of a nuisance. We'll get back to 19. So just need to survive one more, and we'll have the mushroom refresh. And yeah, it won't be this way. It'll be up top. Scouting ahead is absolutely vital. As long as you can drive and scan the map at the same time. Yeah, we'll stay here for the coins just to grab some of that stuff. Would be nice to punch my way through a level like this one, but not absolutely necessary, and we're going to get another pickaxe. In fact, I should absolutely get that. It's going to allow me to blow through to 22 without nearly as much trouble. Those coins here. Yeah, the thing about having a pickaxe, we can just go straight diagonal. And that will create a very efficient shortcut. Okay, I do see the appropriate position here, as well as a mushroom refresh if we need it. So let's punch all the way through. Yeah, once again, pretty good availability of coins over here on this map. Just need to watch the fire piranha positioning to make sure we don't get sniped. Especially not by anything that is tucked behind a shadow of the wall. Yeah, don't like that Chuck positioning at all. Or that guy, for that matter. And that was excessively dangerous. 25 is a pretty big Chuck's level, though. That's always going to be a bit of a stopping point in terms of difficulty, I think. Okay, just gotta scan the map quickly. I don't see the wall here. Ah, there we go. Need to check every possibility in some ways. Alright, let's get out. Let's not get trapped in a corner. Sometimes I do nudge against a corner if I'm reading elsewhere in the map while I'm trying to move Toad at the same time. Yeah, I don't think we're going for that mushroom. golden mushroom, which only gives you coins. But it gives you 50 coins at a time, which for the optional objective could make a difference. You're not being totally precise about it. Okay, getting into dangerous territory here. 35 is the next guaranteed refresh. It is still some ways off. This is no time to feel comfortable with where we are. Yeah, 30 is going to be a Chuck's level once again. It's going to be every 5 or so that we get mobbed by Chucks, and yet once again, just failed to click on him. I knew the Chuck was coming. I think I just had a click blocked by the wall. Definitely my problem for having already taken a hit at that point. The thing about the Chucks is that I should let them break open positions for me, so I don't need to spend as much time reading the map for exits, and can focus mainly on my own position, so... Might be a while before we see the kind of run I want. It's been a while since we've been back up into 40s, in fact. Okay, here we go. And yeah, that's going to be an issue. I mean, in the early stages, I should be getting some practice in with the actual level reading element of this challenge. Yeah, just being able to spot dead ends quickly and react to them without getting trapped in corners. That's pretty much the entire skill set here. Snap this guy. And yeah, we're doing well. But first 10 levels, you're going to have to do well if you want any hope of making it out smoothly. Although even the first 10 levels are quite generous, given that you do get the mushroom refresh right on 10. We need to not take that hit on 11 every time we take the pickaxe through on 10, though. It has been a bit of a repeated issue lately. Chuck is going to bust through here a little bit and give me a way through. Very helpful. And yeah, just going to go for coins over here. And yeah, you can kind of see these guys rotate and predict where their next firing position is going to be if you watch the animation closely. We're not going to watch it too closely though, I'm too busy reading the level. Dash around here. Grab some coins from time to time just to keep on pace. Yeah, just going to do a little bit of repositioning here. Be okay. Yep. Okay, great. Let's just punch through once again. Get totally complacent about damage in this level, which probably seems to be a problem. Number 12. Okay, I do see the route. Let's just loop around, punch it in. Narrowly dodge some Goombas and just to run into one that's tucked in a place we couldn't quite see. Yeah, I could see that one earlier. I didn't know that I had launched it in that position after rotating the camera, though. So that could certainly go a lot better if we run into situations like that, especially because we are going to have some survival challenges coming here before we reach the next guaranteed mushroom on 20. Okay. Nope, the chuck is also going to really block off a lot of space here, but that's okay. Yeah, so with the chucks, I do need to kind of face towards them, I think, in order to have a chance. Okay, that time I just got caught. Cannot get stuck and double back like that, especially with two mummies chasing me. Coming upon the 3-hour mark in the session here. Sort of unfortunate, given that I was already pushing level 48 about an hour in. So, may just be them slipping, may just be that we got a bit luckier than usual that time that we had the miracle run. Yeah, we'll just go through here and see what we can do with that. Yeah, you gotta loop around. Yeah, sharp turns like that, not advisable once we get into the later stages. Also not advisable is getting trapped in this dead end here. Whoops. Once again, if I'm looking elsewhere in the map, I tend to get caught in corners, which we need to be aware of that. That's, if I'm staring at the map, I want to be reasonably centered in a route so I don't run into those problems. Yeah, already taking damage in floor 2. That's exceptionally bad start. Yeah, just gonna keep pace. Yeah, we do see a clear passage. But not that clear. Yeah, we're really just going to have to loop my way around and see how to continue from here. Chuck is going to spawn right in front of me, which is not ideal, but did mean that at least I could target it right away. Yeah, we want to make sure we kind of face towards the Chucks so we have a chance to tap them and stun. Okay, I do see a route. Unnecessarily missing a few coin piles here, but we'll just make up for that and get out of here for safety's sake. Out we go. And yeah. Yeah, just a matter of holding steady in the early levels. Nothing much to say about them. skipping some very appealing coin piles all over the place, but that's just how we play it. I have to remember I am already small at this point, due to a very early mistake. We can't get complacent about it. And yeah, here we are. Okay, do you want to mushroom up? And we're in decent shape. Okay, let's watch over to Goombas this time so we don't have something trapped under a passageway where I prefer to be walking. Seems like this is a total dead end. Yeah, once again, taking a hit on 11, that's way too early to be taking damage. Just given how well I need to survive from here. And there we go. Okay, that's going to be a very clear passage to get out. Let's do it. Now, yeah, I do see the passage over here. And yeah, here we go. A little behind pace on the coins now, but that's okay. Lots of opportunities to catch up. In fact, here we're fairly free of Goombas, so we want to just pile up on a few coins while it's still safe to do so. I always find that it might be excessively risky to be playing like this when I've taken damage already, but we'll get out of here, and then we need to be prepared for an influx of incoming chucks in 15. Yeah, it's going to be chucks level. We'll just prepare for that and not get trapped in the wall as we look over to the right side. That was a very close one there, in terms of something that threatened to go very badly. Okay, here we just need to not get trapped in dead ends, so the sooner we get out, the better. Yeah, do a loop there that's sort of uncomfortably tight before we spawn clones. And we've got an item. No, that's not an item, that's a boo. Let's not be too distracted by stuff like this, especially as we get into a position that's going to get me into trouble because I got sandwiched by boos as well as the corner. Yeah, I saw that that was going to be a dead end in the direction we were going, and I just could not get myself out of there safely. Alright, let's push on. I think it's doable, but that's on the basis of having that really good attempt earlier, and we have not been able to recreate that since, so it's entirely possible we'll bail on this tonight before actually completing, but not yet we don't. Okay. Out we go. And once again, the early levels are going to be fairly sedate. We need to avoid mistakes that get to a risky position too early. But we'll just continue pushing on this and see what happens. And yet going to pile up on coins to kind of keep up that 100 per floor average. So one thing that has become a problem lately is turning corners while I'm scanning around the map. That sometimes I do get a bit stuck if I'm also reading something else in the level at the same time. And we need to be aware of that as a risk factor. I'm going to pile up on coins on this floor just because we can. Since I saw that there was a pretty accessible pile. Just waiting to be taken. This is a Chuck's level. Seems like every 5, in fact, is going to be Chuck's or something similar. I've got to bait him down so he's not obstructing our passageway out of here. And what have we got this time? Okay. Looks like I should be able to get out soon. Now, over here, I just need to look for the exit passage as soon as possible. Not fool around too much. Okay, wasn't expecting that corner to work out quite that way. I feel like the corner issue was less prevalent when we were holding the dash button a little more often. Just to create a little bit of extra distance between myself and the clone. The problem with walking speed is that after a while the clone does kind of catch up to you and hug a little too close for comfort. So the dash button is something that is useful here, it's just that we sometimes get into positions where manipulating the camera seems like the thing I'd rather do. And yeah, as I was saying, manipulating the camera with the L and R buttons is something I should be in the habit of doing a bit more often in an emergency pinch. But you don't have quite as much finesse over those movements. Which is why I haven't exactly been going for it. No, we don't need to take the pickaxe this early. I think I'd rather play it safe going to 11. Okay, forward we go. And yeah, we do have a clear passageway. Hard to see sometimes, but can in fact be done. And yeah, just going to scan ahead here to read the maze. Let's watch out for that Goomba down here. This whole stack. There is a pickaxe. Do I go for it? It's totally on the other side, though. If I can map out a route for it, sure, but I think it's too far. It's not going to be worth it. Too many dangers abound. I think a pickaxe is almost always going to be worth it, but not when you have to redo pretty much the entire floor to go to the opposite corner. Extremely powerful item in this context, of course. And we'll pop away out here. Okay. Not a very safe position that time, but we'll get out. And we'll hit another dead end soon, in fact, because this is not going to be what I want. Yeah, just reading ahead a bit to see what we're running into. Everything is fine. It's going to be Chuck's level. Let's just let the Chucks bust out a bit if I can. Going for Pickaxe though is going to be an excellent idea. Especially because I get to kill Booze with it. Unfortunately going to have some issues with this wall here, but killing the Booze is actually a good thing to prioritize because one of the reasons they crowd me so quickly is because they can go through walls. The less of them on the field, the better, in terms of having a safe position still available, so we will get through this one obstacle at a time. Just need to pay attention here to anything that can come in from out of the way and snipe me off all of a sudden. Well, let's just get out. Don't want to fall into the trap of fooling around too much with these bubbles. Sometimes I will just do a bit of a loop like that to adjust position and make sure I can just get a read on the level in a safe environment. I don't want to depend on that too heavily, of course. Bonuses or pickaxe forward? I am going to take it forward. I'm going to solve a lot of problems just by doing this. Yeah, solving a lot of problems, and in fact going to pay off in terms of coins too, in terms of making a lot of these positions for the coins much easier to access than they would be otherwise. So yeah, it pays off, I think, to be carrying that forward. Okay. Very careful dodge and a fireball there. Let's leave the mushroom in case I need it. I don't think I'll need it because I do see a clear path to the exit. But you never know. Accidents do happen, and so very important to not get too complacent here. We may as well go for some treasure here since the way is completely clear. This is actually going to be one of the easier random draws we have had on a post-20 level in quite some time. Okay, 23. Now I got a plant from the plant gang over there. But that is going to be the way forward, so I just need to... Nope. Thought I could run around. That was bad. Let's go for the mushroom. I know it's a bit of a risk, but survival is a much higher priority at this point, and so we need to price that accordingly and just go for the mushroom while I still can. It's going to be a bit of a long road back, but we know how it goes at this point, roughly. And I think that is going to pay off in terms of safety. Okay, let's be careful running around the piranhas this time. Much more careful than I was before. This is going to be a dead end. Hope we just grab the coins before we go back. And that gave me valuable scouting information. Yeah, well on pace in terms of coins. Chuck's level here, let's let them bust the way through. I was excessively freezing the Chucks before. If I just let them punch through walls from time to time, as long as I continue outrunning them, I'm okay. Let's not mess around too much here. Okay, glad I spotted this exit fairly early. Yeah, that guy's just going to activate immediately, just given my initial position, but luckily we found escape very quickly this time, just had a good draw. The RNG giveth, the RNG taketh away. Okay. Only 100 coins behind pace, and that's okay, we'll get more bonuses in later, so... Just need to watch our step very carefully. This is going to be a fairly accessible coin pile. We'll just take it. Okay, 30 is going to be a Chuck's level in the extreme. For Chuck's level, it is actually important to run here and there. Once again, oh, wow, extremely risky. Yeah, let's get out. Bullets are going to be fine. Bullets will give me open spaces that I don't need to read too far in advance. That's going to be very helpful. I don't mind bullets. Bullets, the issue is mainly freezing them in opportune times. And I think I can do that. Okay. This is one of the better runs we've had in a while, although saying that is usually a good way to ensure that no longer stays the case. Yeah, the thing about the bullets is that even if you misread certain walls, they will in fact get you out of trouble. It's just that when the bullets combine with other things, that's when you potentially get into some problems. Also just the fact that we are starting to get a little bit behind on coins, and also, okay, that's fine. Well, I'll get a mushroom for sure in this level, so. Yeah, I took a bit of an unfortunate hit there just from turning a poor corner close to the wall when I was doing a 180 with clones on my tail. Okay, these guys are a nightmare. Very narrowly dodging my own clone pattern there, which could have gone very badly. Now, luckily, we actually have a fairly safe location here to be grabbing coins, so we'll do it, because we're late enough into the stage now that when I have a coin location that looks 100% safe, I should take it. Not 100%. Notice, though, how far behind clone number 4 is. That's going to be the problem with taking big loops, is that we haven't accounted for that kind of position. We do need to kind of have a very controlled sense of positioning ahead of time, so we don't run into issues with clone 4. Because otherwise we get into situations like that. That's awful. Yeah, that wound up falling apart a little bit quickly, but... It was going really smoothly into the mid-30s that time. All the way into the bullet segment. It's just that, when Clone 4 was starting to come into the mix after level 35, that's when we got into trouble. That's really in the final stretch. We know that there are no more safe zones or rest stops at that point. That's okay, just have to climb this mountain and climb it carefully. Totally missing that coin pile. And yeah, first couple levels here will be fairly easy going. Let's stock up on coins for once just to relax our way back into this. Get a nice head start so we don't need to be too careful later on. Don't need to be perfect. Okay. Yeah, I do see the exit this time. Just need to be very careful about the plant positioning as they lunge their way towards me. Here we go. Alright, that's looking fine so far. Might as well grab a pretty pile to prepare for our first encounter with Charging Chuck, which is coming up in just a moment. Yeah, I have to watch the positioning here pretty carefully. There is a Chuck in this layout. We just have not been within his activation range yet because he's all the way in the back corner, which is great. That worked out well for me. That was a case of being saved by RNG. Yeah, I do need to think about my method in some of the last stages in terms of dodging clones. That instead of going straight through the middle anywhere, I do need to just pick a side and weave through it. And yeah, we'll see, because I think I need to get ahead of pace a little bit. If I get ahead of pace, then I'm able to successfully pluck one of these guys without getting bitten by my clone in the back. But in order to do that, that takes a little bit of preparation, in that I do need to dash into them. Otherwise, I just don't have enough space to work with. And I also need to remember that I cannot take them under the ledges, under the arch. Okay, pretty clear pile over here. Let's almost run into trouble from not dashing. Yeah, let's just go for it. And not immediately run into trouble afterwards. That would be quite bad. That set me a little behind on coins, and that's okay. We would rather get levels like that out of the way quickly. And here we go. There will be catch-up opportunities later. Like this giant pile that's sandwiched between all those Goombas. Okay, this is one of those levels where the Goombas are just going to try to hide out on me here. We will go for that coin pile. I do need to catch up on pace a little bit. And that will do quite well, actually. In terms of nearly getting back into the 100 per level average. Yeah, sort of thinking ahead to what our strategy will be for the later segments that we've been having a little bit of trouble with. It's going to be a Chuck's level. Once again, let's not freeze them prematurely. Let's let them open up some space. Not too much space. So the Boo level here, I do see where the passageway is going to be, I think. But it's a little bit hard to tell. Let's get out. And also dash to get away from the Boos as soon as possible. Though to set the general direction of the flashlight does freeze the Boos, but we won't be able to stand still for long enough to zap anything, so cannot rely on that. Okay, this will be a fairly visible series of corridors, which is good. Boo levels, you just don't want to get misled too much about where the wall placement is going to be. You need to reject dead ends much further in advance than you would otherwise. And that's just going to be the strategy here, in terms of how we will choose to read the level in the first place. Yeah, sometimes we'll just get a nice easy draw, of course, like this one here. This really worked out. Yeah, let's just punch right through to 21. That's going to establish what the structure of the maze is actually going to be like, which gives me a little bit of room to just collect things while we get reoriented. And yeah, still on a decent track. Nope, that's okay. We've got a mushroom refresh in this level, and a bit of friendly fire, which is going to help. I do want that bit of health, for sure. I'm absolutely willing to prolong this stage in order to get it, given how important the mushroom is going to be for unforeseen circumstances later down the road. And we'll get back out. Alright, doing okay. Okay, actually managing to sneak around that guy for once. I mean, I was able to take that risk partly because I knew a mushroom was directly ahead. It was not far off. We'll skip the mushroom until we need it. Let's grab this. Okay, that'll be fantastic. Especially with a Chuck's level coming up next. It's not going to give me a ton of uptime, but we'll be able to bust through a whole bunch of this at once. I'm going to put the pedal to the metal on the dash button just to outrun the Chucks. That is going to be necessary. Okay, that's a risky position. I'm gonna freeze these guys up as often as I can, only to find a dead end. That's not great, but I do see where we're supposed to be going, so. Could have gone a lot worse, that's for sure. And yeah, I do see the exit once again. We'll just have to spot it quickly. And also not get obstructed by the walls as I try to click my way past these guys. Okay, once again, a really easy draw. Almost. That guy was kind of ambushing me at the end there, but we managed to see that coming just soon enough to avoid calamity. Okay, there's going to be a decent float of coins in this one here, this level. 29. To cover for the fact that I have been falling a little bit behind pace. Now this is where things potentially get a bit rough. Just going to need to dash for sure as we see Chucks blow everything up. Okay, bullet time, that's fine. In fact, that gives me a decent safety position to catch up on a few coins. I have to be aware of the appearance of the fourth clone once we're past 35, though, which is a bit of a risk factor. Knowing when to let go of the bullets is very important. I Tapping them frees them, easy enough, but I don't want to hold them in positions where they're actually just going to block me. Yeah, I'll take that 50 coin. The 50 coin golden mushroom. I guess I call it a 50 coin just out of habit from Mario Maker. Okay, still on pace for coins. Yeah, I'm just not worried about the bullet bill segments. I mean, I say that just before running into a blaster and nearly jamming my position, so let's not get overconfident here, but there are definitely a lot of things they can do to get me through quickly. I knew that guy was going to come through the wall, and I didn't know if I could tap him accurately, and so that was a close shave right there. So I think rather than go for coins, we go for pickaxe and just try to bust my way through, because otherwise too many problems. Okay. Yeah, see this clone that's totally laggard at the end here? We just need to remember which positions I've been strategically avoiding in order to get him out of that. Also just maybe dash forward a bit. We don't want to have too much repetition through corridors that we've already seen, because that's how we'll get into problems. And yeah, once again, still on pace for coins. Just going to take this bottom layer here so we don't run into clone trouble with number 4. Don't want to stay in one location for too long. Okay, I thought I was going to dodge that guy, and that was not the case. So let's get into a bit of tension here, because now I only have one available hit remaining, and clone 4 is just going to come towards me. So good run, not deep enough. Best run in a while, actually, getting up to about 39, I think. Yeah, like I was saying, the time I did run up to 48, I just barely noticed some of the mechanics that are giving me trouble now, so... I just need to go back and do it again. Build up some of that initial bank. It doesn't need to be a huge bank, but let's just get ourselves ready for some of the later issues that we can run into. Yeah, just grab a few piles here, not all. And forward. So yeah, like I've been saying all along, no guarantee that we'll be able to finish on this stream, but nice to have a good deep run. It's just that each attempt is going to take a while to sort out, so until we clean that up. Yeah, let's just grab some coins here too. Get ourselves in a bit of a surplus. Well, we still can, of course. Okay, Chuck is going to nearly clip into me right there. That's okay, we'll get out. Alright, I do see the pathway out of all this, so... We'll just get out of here with plenty of coins to work with. Yeah, a little bit of stop and go is not too bad an idea sometimes, given that the clones will adjust themselves accordingly. If we do need to stop for something like a pickup, as soon as we do that, of course, we would just need to resume quickly. And just get back into some of the constant motion that this level requires so strictly. Yeah, let's get ahead of pace a bit and just get some more coins while we are in good shape. So at least it's not something I need to think about too hard as we get into some of the later layouts where being greedy about this can get you into all sorts of trouble. And okay, that's done. Yeah, definitely thinking back to that 48 run and thinking that the ability to sort of get into zone a bit with some other things on your mind, other topics of conversation, etc. It's actually kind of helpful for a concept like this. A long run, a long kind of marathon. Just need to keep things interesting to keep it on your toes. Okay, that's going to be out of the way. Yeah, I mean, this is not the last piece of marathon content that I'm hoping to do on stream, but definitely something to keep in mind for future planning purposes. That one thing that makes this a lot more doable as a streaming experience, of course, is to have a bit more going on at the same time to keep the repetition interesting. And okay, here we are. Wow, this guy charging in out of nowhere. Should have tilted the camera to see him coming at a bit of a lower angle. Okay, actually scouting the exit here, so very important to see that early. So let's over here. I mean, it's very easy to feel optimistic about a run when patterns just come together so well for the harder enemy sets. By now we know the dangers of being a little too confident too early before seeing how quickly you can just take 2 hits in succession and lose it all. So yeah, lots of stuff we'll need to account for as we get out of here and get back into position with the rest stop at level 20. still on decent phase with coins. I guess we'll just punch all the way through. I actually don't know if the dash button has much of an effect on the pickaxe, because if it does, then dashing all the way corner to corner is actually going to be optimal for situations like that. Let's grab the mushroom. Just going to scan a little bit. Yeah, this gate we have a very clear passage. Also a chance to come in here and get shot by more fire. Okay, I need to give the clones a little bit of room to run here just so we can loop back around safely without getting intercepted. Yeah, this is going to be safe from piranha, so we'll just take it carefully. Carefully. Mushrooms right there if we need it, but it's going to take some unnecessary risks all over the place. 24 is going to give me a pickaxe, which we want because the next level is going to be chucks, and I do not want to deal with chucks. So we will definitely go for the pickaxe before we grab the exit. I will leave the mushroom here in case we need to double back for it. Yeah, sure, let's get coins while we can. These are going to be fairly safe. Nobody here but us clones. Okay, Chuck's level, let's just bust through. Don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I feel good about that decision. That seemed to work out quite well, in fact. I missed an opportunity to get some safe piles over here, but we won't get too fixated on that. Okay. Oh boy, that was tricky. Shouldn't have done a loop like that. That was extremely risky. But if I get into trouble like that and don't like my clone positioning, what I'll do is I'll just do a big loop like that to just straighten out the whole train. Okay, this will be a dead end, but I just needed a bit more space to give the clones room to run. The thing about the clones too is that if I dash, they will have enough of a spread between them that there will be an open space for me to run through the clone train reactively. I hope I won't have to do that, but that will be the method if we need to respond to some emergencies. Okay, doing well so far. Go around back for this guy just to keep him out of the way. We do, in fact. Oh, too short a loop there. And unfortunately, that's right before the Chuck's level, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare because we're trapped. We're trapped. Yeah, that's how quickly things fall apart. I mean, you can do very, very well, and then suddenly 2 levels come in and just hit you back to back. But yeah, you can totally see why the Chucks are effectively like a mini boss level on every 5. Not counting the rest stops, of course. It's okay, we'll go back and we'll do that. Just going to run around a bit too. First, just lost quickly before we move on, and also pile up on some coins in the meantime. Yeah, kind of strange to sometimes have the personal best come so early in the session. Feels like that 48 that we got earlier was quite a while ago at this point. Yeah, I can't really do a quick loop when we are dealing with so many clones at once. That's okay, we'll just get back into position and try it again. And yeah, just going to be a fairly sedate experience otherwise. Alright, so I do see the opening here. Way out, and yeah, might as well just grab this pile here since we came all the way to check it. Build up a bit of a surplus as we get into the first of the levels with Chuck. Yeah, Chuck's going to spawn at a random location in the maze, and so sometimes if he's distant enough, we won't have to deal with him right away. At least in this level. And later ones you get Chuck spawns all over the place, and become a much bigger nuisance. Okay. Here we go. Once again, no need to be quite so exhaustive with the coins, but it's just a matter of grabbing the low-hanging fruit while we still have it. So that's going to go decently, but it's really no indicator of how well I'll do against all the damage sources that come late in this level. Yeah, we'll just run around, see what we can make happen. And if it goes well, all the better. Yeah, might as well just pile up a bit. Stock up while things are going well. Even if it is at the expense of a slightly slower and more exploratory early game. Yeah, better to be doing that here than later. I kind of have a sense by now of what my coin pace is going to be in terms of how far behind I can fall, and everything was, I think, still within a decent range. But the whole idea here is to build up enough of a surplus such that with the bonus rooms I can just beeline directly to the exit without worrying about too much else. And that's exactly what we'll do here. And maybe just grab a last pile on the side before we totally proceed. Yeah, I didn't quite like that corner position there. On the path that I was taking, a little bit too risky when it comes to how the mummies are being dragged behind. That's okay, got a little bit of a dash here just to keep things moving. Once again, very convenient to have this guy. Not really going to create any paths for me in this level, unfortunately, but yeah, when you see an opportunity with the pickaxe, you really do have to take it. One of the only things in this game that can deal with certain enemies, just as a function of Toad being unable to jump. Not going to go for too many coins here on 16, on 15 rather. It's much too risky. Okay, we know that the boos are going to get me into a bit of trouble here. I will slow down a bit to reposition them and then come back. Not going to go for that last set of coins. And that positioning will likely be a bit rough. Coming back out. Yeah, just need to click the boos when they're in the right part of their pattern to be locked out. And here we are heading back towards 20. We'll get there eventually. Taking a slight risk here because I saw the boo was well out of position. And we know that 20 is also imminent. Here we have a bit of a risk of being trapped, and unfortunately clicking is not going to be accurate enough when I'm a little out of position for dodging the correct boo. Yeah, and that's why with the boo positioning, you can't really rely on clicking alone. You just don't know when that will actually leave you enough space. So that does mean that I will need to search for the mushroom here and lose access to the pickaxe probably for probably part of the next level. That's okay. We can deal with it, especially with the mushroom coming in right away here, which of course we would not have known depending on a random map generation. Just going to loop back around and here we are. Yeah, this set of levels here are mostly just an early introduction to dealing with that many clones. The mushroom is right there, we'll just grab it. Could have gone quite badly there. No, once again. Let's go for the mushroom. I do see my way out of this level, so very nice to have that generosity in the early 20s. Some tight positioning going behind a piranha once again, but we made it. And yeah, see, mushroom in that position is also going to be helpful. Especially because piranha spawns are, in fact, quite sparse in this location for once. Okay, 25 is going to be kind of a mini-boss level with Chucks. That's, at this point, pretty expected. And yeah, they're going to clear out a fair bit of space for me on the right side. Very narrow dodges there, going between Chucks. So I'm ahead enough by coins that I don't really need to prioritize them at this point. go for the big piles when they're available, of course, but if I feel like a dead end is about to happen, we'll just prioritize looking for the exit every time, since I do have a pretty comfortable buffer to get up to 5,000. Up we go. Yeah, so for example, we can see here, no exit. And yeah, going to scan for the exit first. See that there is none. And head back over to this guy here. Just really need to prioritize navigation here. Look all the way across the map to see where the walls are going to be lifted. Okay, here's the Chuck's level from hell. And yeah, not going to be too bad so far, actually. Just but we'll need to deal with the fourth one up here. And okay, let's go for it. Out we go. Then we get into bullets. Bullets are fine, as long as we don't pinch them with bad timings. Bullets are actually very manageable. Next major point of concern is going to be past 35 when we deal with the fourth clone. But until then, I'm actually in decent shape. Also way up on coins, so... Okay, good timing there. Very opportune. And yeah, let's just go for it. I'm gonna come out on 34. Nope, nearly missing the pointer tap there. That would have been disastrous. It's nearly misclicked. Let's get out. Okay, this attempt is looking pretty good so far, but this is no time to get complacent. This is where it actually gets tough. Let's skip 36. Not dealing with it. And okay. Yeah, as you can see, lots of coins to get you caught up near the end here. Let's just get out. Very close shave there. Nearly got pelted right at the end. Need to watch the pattern on the projectiles fairly carefully. Yes, I'll take it. Okay, getting better, except need to survive long enough to grab this mushroom here and not get totally zoned out by every single charging chuck. Kind of cranking away at the dash button as well now. And yeah, I get mobbed here, but we are going to be way up on coins. And this will be a bit of a dead end. Let's scout that out early to find that out and just understand positionally what it is I'm going for. So there we go. We're up by enough on coins that at this point the exit will always be priority number one. I don't even need to look at the coins so much. However, pickaxe. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Given that is going to solve a lot of problems. Okay, let's bust it down. And, okay, let's take a look here. Good positioning. Very easy draw, in fact, on 44. Here's a Chuck's level, 45. It's going to be the last Chuck's mini-boss level by the looks of it, but we'll just dash out of there. Great positioning that time, in fact. Okay, do need to watch the coin count again, just in case. I don't want to fall behind right at the last minute here, but I think we'll be on pace. Now remember, boos were the thing that stuffed me out last time, as I got into 48. So just need to be extra careful here. I will hit 5,000. I'm not concerned about coins anymore. The 5,000 will happen, as long as I survive and watch my positioning really carefully. I had a very tight fit there to sneak around a piranha. But we see it a way out. We see it a way out. One more to go. One more to go. We beat this one. We're in the clear. And we're going to have just the best draw imaginable. Just straight down to the corner, straight down to the other corner. We can even have time to just grab a few extra coins for style, which will probably be the end of me, but here we are. Level 50. Thank you. And before we pluck everything out, let's do a bit of a screenshot pose here. And thank you, Mang, for the GGs. As you can see, actually, this gives you so many coins at the end that going for the coins earlier was actually not an issue at all. We might as well just pluck everything at this point for the high score, but just to clear everything out obsessively. And we got it done, pretty much. Now, on the last stream when I finished the final challenge in the DLC, that was actually when the stream crashed. Like, I was trying to fix the audio issue at that point, which thankfully we have not gotten today. And everything just died. This time around, we'll actually have some proper footage of me finishing this up and actually packing in well over 1,000 extra coins. Unless I died to the thank you screen, I mean, that has happened before in some of the other Mario games, but thankfully no timeout over here. Oh, here's the other hammer. That would have been... or pickaxe, rather. That would have been very helpful. Okay, well, now that we've plucked everything out, we can take another screenshot again. We'll just come hang out with Toadette. Let's grab the crown. You can, in fact, wear the crown in the other levels now that you've claimed it. Collected 5,000 coins. And we can play the bonus courses anytime we'd like. We might as well dip into them once a piece, just to see them, pop them open once. These are things that I've shown off. I actually have not shown these off on stream because I played the standard levels off stream. But I can just show you each of these just to see. So when you're playing the standard game, you go through the stages and occasionally bonus levels pop up like they do in so many Mario games. And this is pretty much all you do here, is you just try to collect as many coins in a time limit as you can. Usually a bit of challenge to get into the 300 zone, but I'll show each of the rooms, actually. I'll show both rooms in these, and then that'll be a nice way to not only close out the stream, but actually have a chance to play with Crown Toad, who looks so stylish. So here you just grab the multiple cherries that you understand 3D World already, and just try to use that to pluck as many reloadable turnips as you can to get coins. Once again, very difficult to get 300. But yeah, we'll be closing out the stream after this, given that this actually ended up being kind of a perfect stream length to do this in. I always find that usually the 3 to 4 hour zone is ideal. Just enough time, really, to do 3 Mang levels, usually, given the pace I go at. But yeah, this is just an excavation. Didn't do too well. So yeah, next week for the midweek schedule, we will be... Did I do both? No. Going back to Mario Maker, for sure. And of course, there's going to be viewer levels tomorrow and the day after, so... That's just going to be part of the standard plan. Yeah, this one, you just slide down and pluck everything you can while you're wearing a cherry. I think one of them can actually pluck a hammer, but it's hard to position, I think, because it is in a random location. So we're not even going to hit 200, but the idea is that one of them is supposed to pick up the hammer, and or the pickaxe, I should say, and mine everything very efficiently, so... Even more coins galore. It's always going to be Glasses Toad who gives you the extra mushroom. Yeah, this one you just kind of mine out until you lower yourself. And then you just collect a pretty pile, and there you go. Finally a score over 300. Let's do one last one. And pick up the 10 at the beginning. Yeah, this one, dash panels, are very familiar to us by now. So you grab the cherries, and then you just have enough room to dash around to create as many piles as you can. Collect as many piles as you can, I should say. And that's pretty much going to be it. That's clearing out the whole book just for the sake of getting all the shinies out of the way, but the main event here, Mamma Mia Maze Forever, is complete with a coin run close to 7,000. So yeah, I remembered that there was a huge influx of coins at the end. I just didn't remember that it was quite that generous, so I didn't want to take chances. But that closes the book on the bonus episode, which we now have that lovely icon in the corner, all silvery. That wasn't there before. And yeah, that's going to be it. So that's all for this stream. Thank you for joining me for so long and actually bearing witness to the grand finale. It's always nice to have somebody actually watch when the big things happen. Like I said, Mario Maker this weekend, but for now we will try to send you on to somewhere else. And that's all on my end, so have a good morning. Thanks for watching. Have a good day ahead. Be sure to do one very important thing for the 4th of June, which is to light a candle or mark some other kind of remembrance for the victims of Tiananmen Square. It might be tonally discordant to bring that up in the middle of a Captain Toad stream, but I do think it's something we should be marking on a regular basis, so. With all that said, have a great day. We'll see you off now, and fare thee well.